Rock and roll. Alrighty. It's Sunday morning. Killing time in the shop before I open, and wanting to get some more things prepped for sale. Get the shop looking nice and full and that. Not that many people walking in, but it's nice when people do walk in. And I got the vintage synths that need to all go out. Finally, I managed to receive a new B and C key for this jobby. B and C, let's try that again. So throwing those in there, got the key bed operational. And now I want to start cleaning this up, sorting out some of the pots that are a little bit kind of loose, like that one there, it's quite loose. We've also got a decay pot here that is working, it's perfectly fine, but what's happened is that the knob has been knocked at some point, and so the shaft, the top half, just the knurling, the top half is bent. So I can probably straighten that out. If not, then I'll have to replace it with another pot. Thankfully it's just a 1 meg audio taper. So nothing too crazy on that one there. I've probably got a half a dozen in the parts drawer, but that's loose, that's loose. I want to polish this up, make it a little bit nicer, take off the mod wheel section there as well, and yeah. Listening while mowing the lawn before the rain. I'll tell you what, there's one thing I now enjoy about now living in an apartment again, not having to mow lawns. Even though I only had a small one, it was just a nightmarish sort of situation, But, oh, what can you do? What can you do? Yeah. So, alright. Gotta disassemble this thing. Knob's gotta come off. Doing all that stuff. Alright. Stay. Off we go. Stacks and stacks of knobs. Yeah, it's been a dreadfully quiet week this week. I don't think I've seen it this quiet ever. So I've just been going through and rearranging the shop, clearing some stuff out, getting ready to, go away on holiday. May as well come back, bring back some cool stuff from overseas that I happen to pick up, see my wholesalers and my suppliers in Japan, and just, do some stuff there. I mean, you might find it relaxing. I don't. I hate it. Remember, I'm no good with the executive function thing, so I forget it and I leave it until it's too long, and then I gotta trim it down, and then I gotta redo it, and it's just, nah. Really, really don't dig it. But, to each their own, I suppose. I don't want the Aussie, I don't want the Aussie dream of living on a quarter-acre block with, like, a big, massive, 3-bedroom house and all that kind of jazz. That's not my kind of thing. I want something a bit more modest. Preferably somewhere I don't have to move out of every goddamn 6 months. Yeah, you got the Rev Broom Broom, the big one. I did have a, I had a half-decent Makita electric whippersnapper electric lawnmower, but unfortunately when we moved and all that, I gave them to my mother to look after, because she's got a backyard and all the rest of that, and that was also stuff that was destroyed in the garage fire there, so yeah, eventually if we move into a place that has a backyard again, I'm going to have to, re-obtain a set, but that is a thing for future me to deal with, like so many things in life. Ah, there it is. I wonder where my little knob bin went. Bullshit, I don't what? I don't want bloody, a big massive house or any of that kind of stuff. I just want simple things. However, you also have to remember, growing up as, extremely poor as I did, and various other factors, a lot of people like myself, we dream of more than what most people do, primarily because we had nothing, literally nothing. So even the concept of having just enough or something like that seems like it's not enough, because we know what happens when things get taken from under us, when you've got nothing, and when it keeps happening over and over again, it can change. So, the idea of having a large volume of wealth or things like that, or having enough income that you can squirrel away enough that when things go bad, you don't end up in the same situation. It's like with the business and all the rest of that. Yeah, I had some lofty goals for how I wanted to do things, and things were progressing quite well. And that was because I wanted it to get to a point where I could go, all right, I'm going to sit back now and just kind of enjoy things a bit and not have to worry so much about if things go quiet or whatever else like that. If I hadn't gotten the business to where it was, the size it was, and everything went the way it did, would have been real bad, like so bad previously, because I would have been absolutely hammered by everything. Would have destroyed me. But because I had that little bit of a buffer type thing going on, I was able to get ahead a little bit on that, thankfully. Okay. Let's pull that out there. Cool. Actually, I'll get my phone out just to make sure I got them all down. Oh, itchy nose. Again, with the dustiness. Hate it with a passion. Alright. Yes. Those ones there, those ones there. Them's go there. Them's go there. And they go there. Cool. Oh, God, itchy. One nice thing about Korg is that they do actually number the connectors on their looms and stuff. So you look on them there, and you can actually see that there's some numbers. So you can actually put them together. You know where things are going to go. It's nice. It's almost as though they were thinking about stuff like repairability for the future. I know, wild concept, right? That'll be why that was cutting out a little bit. That's a wee bit loose. I have to sort that out. Come on. Come on. Only annoying part is some of the ground connections are soldered on, so in order to deal with that, I have to actually take the whole shebang off. Have to desolder. That's it. Solder, desolder. Duh. It's early in the morning. Oh God. Ow. Again with the dust. Oh, terrible. Ugh. It's kind of a shame though that, like, for example, these key beds and that aren't still made to this day, because, or at least to like a similar sort of like the way that they were done. So these are kind of cool because they had an eye to fixing them, and you could do stuff. Like for this one, in order to, like, say for example, change out the key contacts on it, you just flip it upside down and you remove the PCBs, a couple of screws, bam, done. Then you can replace key contacts as they wear out and whatnot. So many of these new units, to get like that key contact out, you have to pull every single key out, pull them all out, put some new ones in there, and it is a nightmare. Like seriously, just do it right. Do it, like, think towards repairability. Yeah, it's kind of like, for example, when I did the interview with Sun, and now that's come out, for those of you who did see it, they were thinking about those things. They were thinking about how can we make this, like, you know, a product that can keep being repaired, that's still in a half-decent sort of, you know, a half-decent modern way of thinking about that kind of stuff. You know, repairing a beta series is a pain in the butt. Being able to do it with a, quick connects, far simpler. Far smarter idea. You know, I'm all about that. Actually, do I need to do that? No, I can just remove those boards. I can just hang there for a minute. Okay. Let us get the 3/8. No, smaller. Smaller. That size? No, it's going to be larger than that one, isn't it? Yep. You pain in the butt. Alright. Maybe this size, isn't it? Do. Nope, next one up. There we go. Got it. It is so warm here. Like inside the shop, basically I've got this wall here that separates the front half of the shop from the workshop side. And the worst part is that the front half of the shop, like the AC runs and it does okay. The moment you get past like the wall that's here, even though there's a door right here and the AC is literally just on the other side, it gets so just stinking warm in here. I need to get like a fan or something to try and get some airflow happening. Can't afford to get an AC put out back here, but I'll survive. It's better than when I had the shop at Campbelltown with no AC at all for months. That was horrendous. Oh my god. Almost died from heat stroke. That was insane. Alright. That goes there, that goes there, that goes there. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. And the noise control. Noise. Korg, for some strange reason, decided they were going to use bloody chipboard for these cabinets, and they all fall apart, and this one is no exception. I mean, it's still in one piece, but it looks as ugly as sin. If I was in the US, I could probably have gotten someone to, you know, there's someone over there who actually makes, like, modern replacements for them. But alas, I am not in the US, so shipping one over would be a big no. Kadunk. Ain't no way in hell I'm going to be able to afford that. So, you know, I won't exactly add a huge amount to the you know, sales value of it, so I won't bother. Cool. Look at that. Old school art. Single-sided PCB. Solder mask on that side. Designators on the top and on the bottom. You can actually see where everything is. You can probe this from the underside without having to pull out a you know, a layout diagram or something like that to actually see what it is. Like, look at that. That's amazing. Like, why don't more companies do that these days? Legit, like, if more of this was done, it would make repairability just so much easier. But alas, that ain't gonna be happening. Okay, where is this dopey one? So that one's okay, but this one is... just the top half is bent, that's it. So I might desolder that. So if I desolder that, I should be able, might be able to actually just straighten that pot out on it. Frequency adjusts and all the rest of that kind of stuff. SSM 2044, I should say. Nice. 1987. All right. So either this has had a replacement filter chip in there, or this one was made, like, you know, quite late in the run. What do the other chips say? Data, can't read on that, doesn't say. 82. So that one's from 82. Can't see any other ones that have actual date codes on them. Can't read on the microcontroller, that thing. What else is on here? So that's HD. No. Nope. Nope. Like, no date codes on these. How annoying. Alright, so they're at least working, which is good. Alright. Okay. Sweet. Alright. Okay, there for a sec. So if I zoom right on in here, like so, you'll be able to see that the pot itself is okay. It still turns, still does what it needs to do, but that shaft, just the knurling on top, just off to the side. So I can do a little bit of delicate surgery on here, try and straighten it up. Being aluminum, it may very well just break on me, but, you know, it's neither here nor there. It's just a, oh, God, itchy. It's just a pot. I can replace it. 1 meg audio. Easy enough. Well, let's see if I can actually sort of straighten it out. Okay, where's my straightening tools? I had some here. Where are you? Oh, God, again, the itchiness. No. Nope. No. Oh, that's where that Sharpie got to. I had wondered. Oh. Nope. 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 what to do with it. I had it here before. That's not it. I almost stabbed myself. No. Alright, use the other one then. Let's see what happens when I grab this one. Alright. That's not going to do it. That's not going to do it at all. I need... Alright, step over this way. Let's do this without cutting my finger off, because that'd be nice. There we go. Alright. Alright. Come on. Nope. A little bit more. Come on. Need more wedges. Need more wedges. Where's my wedges? There we go. Grab some cheap guitar picks. Then we can hopefully wedge it open and just keep expanding it to the correct location. Come on, in you go. I said in. There we go. Come on. Aha. Success. Alright. So one there. Alright. Cool. We can move up to the next size. Here we go. Come on. Ow! Damn it. Every time. Come on. I said get in there. No. Does not want to play this one. I'll go that way then. Come on, you. There we go. Now we're getting some movement in the right direction. Just need to get another little bit, another couple of degrees over. Not a huge amount, just a wee bit. Okay, next size up. Okay. Now, this. No. Come on. Oh God, again. Oh yeah. Seriously. Oh, it's like the worst part about working on this old equipment. It's the old dust everywhere. It drives me insane. Alright. Cool. Alright. Alright. So now I should be able to lever that downwards. Where's the thing? Use this thing. Nope, other edge. Okay. So if I put that there. God damn it. Stay. This one might be a bit more difficult than I'd hoped. Okay, if I get a socket of the same size. There we go. I might be able to just bend it over that way. Potentially. Alright. Alright. This go. Come on. Getting there. Getting there indeed. Alright. If I can get that one side straight, and that should result in let's push this one down that way. Come on. Alright, how well does this sit on there now and turn? Better, but not great. Oh, gamble itchy nose. I think that's about as good as that's going to get unless I replace the entire thing. Which, just for shits and giggles, what do I have? Oh yeah, down I go, all over. There you go. Too big. No, I need knurled. Knurled. Not the other type, just knurled. That's 250k, damn it. Damn it. 100k. 100k. What's this? 1k. God damn it. That's 1 meg. 1 meg as well, that's too big. No. Right. They're way too big. No. Hey. chilly night up in Windsor. Nice. It is as warm as all hell down here in Sydney, and I am sweating like a person who sweats a lot. It's pretty bad. But, yeah, such a life. Can only do what one can do. Come on. Aha. Finally, success. So now if I push that one back thusly, it should get it mostly straight. No. I mean, it's better, but it's still not perfect. But it shall have to do. See, that goes up there like so. Onto the underside. There, so that's going to be the point there. Come on, in you go. That's so. Okay, so that's better than what it was. Still a bit wonky, but it'll do. Come on. I've always heard the joke about how Phoenix, Arizona is basically an affront to God. You know, an ode demands hubris, building a town in a place that, you know, should never have existed. It's like, oh yeah, just sounds like most of Australia. Head out to random towns out in the outback. It's like, why does this place exist? Why? No human should live here. None. There it is. Oh, okay. Oof. Is the picture a little like laggy? Like the frames, are they? Is it looking a bit slow and weird? Because it's kind of looking a bit funky on my end. I'm just wondering whether that's whether that's just as a result of the software going a bit weird on my display side, or whether it's actually coming through on the stream. Let me know, would you? There we go. Cool. That one there, that one. Come on, get in there. Thank you. There we go. Sweet. Okay, so it must just be the software on this end, because yeah, it looks like a it's like real blurry limited frame rate. It's odd, but yeah, especially odd because I'm only using like 6% of my frame rate, 6% of my processing power on this thing. Yeah, high-end Mac will you know, pump out pretty hard. It's going to do a bit of a squirty squirt with the old looby lube. Oh man. Thank God I haven't had the bloody envelope generator intensity control go bad, because they use a stupid tapped pot for some strange reason. So many other ways it could have been done, but no, they wanted to do it this way. Bloody terrible, I'll tell you what. Okay, wee bit of that, wee bit there, wee bit there, and a wee bit there. A keyboard player across the river in Detroit. He had a Rhodes that needed tuning. I had no idea how complicated analog keyboards are. Yep. I work on them with some regularity. You know, comparative to like a you know, an actual piano, they're relatively simple, but there's a fair bit to them with the Rhodes. So with the Rhodes piano, you've got your action, which comes in many different flavors depending on when it was made. And all the action is on those is they're really, really simplified. So you've got a key that launches a hammer that hits up onto a tine and then lands back on the pedestal of the key, right? With that hammer hits a tine, which is vibrating like that, with a pickup in front of it thusly. Now, with that, you've got 2 screws on each one of those tines that will set the relation of the height of it, you know, with regards to the strike line, where it's going to strike it, and another one which sets kind of like the angle, the escapement from how far it is from the key. So you got to set a balance between them for the best action, and then and also the best sort of sound, because with the way that the pickups and the likes work, they're pointed. So the pickups are really, really weak, really narrow, but they're pointed like that, right? The tine goes like this, backwards and forwards, exaggerated for effect, right? As you move that tine, so it's pointing further up this way or further down that way, it changes the relation between the harmonic and the overtone. So it's the fundamental and the overtone, right? So in other words, what the frequencies are that are being represented. So you can make it sound real bell-like and real smooth, but almost kind of like weak by having it dead center on, but you put it just slightly off center and it starts adding in all those extra tones and flavors that you expect from a Rhodes, that particular Rhodes type sound. And then, of course, you had stuff like the dyno mods, like the Dyno My Piano, which was a preamp that was an improvement on sort of like the Rhodes type one. And they also would do things like they'd relocate where the harp was in relation to the key, so it struck the tine at a different point, giving that classic bell-like sound that a lot of people associate with like the late 70s, early 80s. So think Donald Fagen from Steely Dan. That sound. That's very much the Dyno My Piano sound, or Herbie Hancock, or any of those guys. Ah, yes, the B3s as well. B3s are fun. I have a C3 here. Same thing, but in a slightly different cabinet. So the B3 and the C3 were identical, with the exception of the cabinetry on there. So C3 has, instead of spun wooden legs, it's got a cabinet made up of panels, front, back, and sides. So they were geared more so towards churches where the player would face, you know, the pulpit, face congregation, I should say, because the panels were like modesty panels. So if it was a lady who was playing the organ for the church, you couldn't see her legs. Yeah, so it's just a different sort of style. Gone are the days when a C3 and a B3 had massively different prices, because people realised, oh wait, they're exactly the same thing now. So yeah, I've got one here that I got to prep for sale. It's one of mine that I picked up, got it from a nunnery for the grand sum of $0, which was nice. And in Australia, Hammonds are very, very, very rare, very expensive too. You know, the only ones that aren't are like the Spin-It models, so like the M100 especially. We have a lot of M100s in Australia for some strange reason. They basically shipped the guts of them here to Australia, and then we actually made the cabinetry local, which is how they were done. Actually, why am I doing that? I need to clean that too. Brain work. Stay. That can hang there. Let's fold that down. But yeah, a lot of those old like organs and stuff, they are absolutely wild and insane. Like when you think about the original Hammond organs, right? They were designed in the 1930s by people who had no calculators, they had nothing like that. They had a slide rule and a brain. And what they would do was they would design it all that way. The original Hammond organs were even more intense because they had 2 tone generators inside there that were designed that you could hit the choral switch, engage the second one, and it would make it even more big sounding because the second tone generator was slightly out of tune. The same as how you have detune on this. Like, where is it? That knob there. That's the detune knob. That's what they do on the old Hammond organs, the early ones. So the A model and the original B models had 2 tone generators inside of there. I actually had a BC, which was one of the first ones. Actually, it looked like it was actually the first one ever delivered to Australia in like 1937, 1938, somewhere around there. Ancient as all hell. Absolutely fascinating how they did that and how it was made and how much handiwork went into it. Was absolutely wild. Loved it. But yeah, didn't have time to finish that one off, so sold it off to someone to, they can fix it up and hopefully bring it back to life. Where's my clothy cloths? I need the cloths. I need new ones. Damn it. Too many areas of things hiding. Yeah, not that. Nope. Seriously, where'd they go? Annoying. I was just cleaning everything up yesterday too. Yeah, piano's kind of cool. I do want to learn. I really should, because I repair enough of them. I've even got here in store, I've got 2 Yamaha CP70s. So the CP70 was Yamaha's electric piano of the 70s. When I say electric piano, I mean literally it's a piano with a pickup in there. Big ginormous piezo pickup. And the thing that was cool about them is that they were designed for piano players. So they had a modified piano action, slightly more basic in how it functioned and the likes, but you know, it was a Yamaha, like an actual Yamaha action on there. And the neat thing about it as well is that instead of using like all the strings like a regular piano would, it cut the number down. So instead of 3 strings per treble and 2 per bass, it had 2 strings per treble and 1 per bass. In order to sort of like add extra to it that was sort of common with a lot of electric pianos of the era. They added tremolo to it too. So you had tremolo, you had all that. And then they had a version that came out that was the CP70M, which was a full-sized electric piano and all the rest of that, but it also had MIDI. You know, it's a big, ginormous actual piano that had real MIDI in there. Oh, there we go. That's what I wanted. Come here. Come here. But yeah, they're big, massive. They pull apart into 2 pieces. Yes, I got 2 of them here in the store. I've got to get rid of one of them because it's never going to be repaired. I don't have the time, and I haven't been able to find anyone who wants to do it. So I shall sell it off as parts because it needs some major work. And fortunately, okay. Now let's try doing this again. Right there. There we go. All right. Clean them while I go. Make this thing look as nice as I possibly can. Come on. There we go. Right up into the corners. Yeah, they were big, they were massive, but they were such a classic sound. Yeah, look at that. Look at the difference between that. Look at that. Look, you could see just the difference in color too. Like how much nicer that is. Like the true proper blue, whereas this is covered in like that film of dust that, yeah, you wipe it and it's kind of goes, but not really. This is why the equipment that I sell comes with a bit of a premium price tag, because I want to make sure it's in kind of like the best condition that I can. I want maximum money for it. Put in the effort. Someone's going to come along, they're going to buy it, and they're going to, you know, hopefully put it in a studio or put it to use or do something cool with it. There we go. Cool. Come here. Wee bit of a rust patch there. And a scratch that has happened at some point in the past. Okay. Excellent job. I do agree. Times like this, I wish I had an apprentice or an offsider again, just so I could like palm off jobs like these. Because whilst I'm doing this, I could be working on other things. You know, could be doing the other stuff that makes money. Because what have I got? I got some refrets. I got to do amp repairs, of course. What is it? I got a Vox AC30 CC1. So that's the ones that had a lot more switches on them. Kind of cool, but had some issues. Easy enough to fix, but yeah, they tend to do that. Hiwatt T40 that was given to me for the princely sum of $0. So I'll fix that up and sell it at some point. Really beaten up, really ugly. What else have I got? I got refret there. That's a setup. That's a setup. That's done. That one's done. What else do I have? Silver Face Twin Reverb. So that'll be a tomorrow job. I'll do that one on stream. Start doing the beginnings of that one. What else do I have? Another Korg synth, but I'm still waiting on parts for that one, of course. Nightmare stuff. Being a very, very warm Sunday, I don't think I'll be seeing many customers today, so I'll be probably spending most of my time out back here, trying to plod through repairs, doing some more rearrangement, because everything is kind of everywhere. I'm not very good with the whole keeping things arranged thing. Okay, that goes there, that goes there, that one goes there. Alright. That size there, yep. Tighten, 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 tighten. Sweet. Excellent. Okay, so now we move over to the next board, which is a much, much larger board. So this one is going to have to require some extra screws and bits to come off, probably. Yep. So I'm going to take those screws off there and there. Cool. Alright. Let's go. Yep, wrong size. That extends all the way over to this section. Frequency mod. Ow! Damn thing. That hurt. Go. That one, that one, that one. This one here. That one there. That one there. Come on. I think I might have to change those fonts. The fonts on the on-screen thing doesn't look ideal. Not the worst, but certainly not as clear as I'd like with how my bench is. So I might do something there. I've still got to finish up some of the on-screen display look and stuff and my changes. I've also got to bring my my Elgato Stream Deck from home, because I had a home streaming rig that was set up and that, but never got around to really using it because of moving the shop and busyness and that. So I shall try again from here. And I ordered a Yamaha AGS 08, but the rep managed to mess up my order, because I initially ordered an AGS 06 and I said, you know what, actually change that, put it to an AGS 08, and then he forgot to do it on time. So damn you, Andrew. I could have been using the new thing now. That way I could, like, you know, actually show people what things sound like, because that'd be sick. But alas, not this time. Okay, cool. Oh, I can just take them off that way. Right. That's a far simpler way of doing it. Q. Come on. Come on. So someone's tried removing these screws previously. That one there is actually kind of stripped out. Because whilst they may look like them, these are not Phillips head screws. They are JIS screws, made in Japan, therefore they're going to use their own driver, which is very, very similar to a Phillips head, but just different enough that they can kind of strip out. What's weird is you can use a JIS driver inside of a Phillips head with relative ease, but using a Phillips head inside of a JIS, it is really, really easy to strip out the screw. Reason being is because the JIS is actually slightly narrower and doesn't have quite the same wedging inside of it. So you can actually pull that out far, far simpler. There we go, we got that there. Oh, I forgot to remove these two. Derp. Hardy derp. Okay, that one there, that one there, and this one here. I'm still surprised how much these things have actually gone up in value. Like, it's insane how expensive they are. This, when it's all said and done, will be listed up for a couple of grand. Come on. Come hither, you. So, come on. Come on. Come on, Emma. So that's going up and over to there. What's that connected to? Alright, so I'm going to take that pot off there. Let's try that again. Oh, God. I would like to remove my nose now, please. Yeah, Japan had that whole thing where it's like, yeah, the Galapagos effect. That's why flip phones were so popular over there for so long. No, come on. Oh, damn thing. Oh, don't tell me that's going to get damaged, because that would be incredibly annoying if that were the case. Oh yeah, okay. I mean, look inside here, you can actually see on the boards there, right? Let's swing it down that way. So, if you don't know anything about analog synths and similar type stuff and why they end up falling out of favor, it's because they are very, very susceptible to temperature changes and all the rest of that instability. So they get warm, they get cold, and they knock themselves out. One of the ways that you can kind of combat that and make things a bit more simple is by having sort of key critical components in the oscillator section tied into itself. So basically it's like a resistor that changes based on the temperature. So like, like a certain amount, ppm type resistor. Temperature changes by X amount of degrees, it changes by a certain percentage in either direction, right? So for example, here we've actually got ourselves each one of these voices, so there's 4 of them there, and glued onto the top there is one of those resistors. So that helps to maintain some of that stability. At the same time, Roland was working on their DCO technology, so digitally controlled oscillator. Still an analog oscillator, but the timing and the frequency was set digitally. So the waveform was generated by those timing pulses that went in. The timing pulses basically set the reset. Instead of using a capacitor and a resistor network to set when it was going to charge up and when it was going to release, it used a digital waveform. So it would go reset, no, reset, reset. And that was how that's how they would work. Alrighty. Where's my brushy brush? There it is, brushy brush. Yeah, so units like these ones here were a little bit old hat when they sort of were starting to come out. So you had companies that were moving on very quickly. But that's kind of half the fun with them as well, as that sound and the fact they do go slightly wonky, All right. Oy, oy, oy. Let's stop a wee bit there. That one go a little bit there. This one go up that way. Come on. That one there. Come on. Here we go. Do. I said get in there. There we go. And that one up in there. So thankfully this one is not loaded up with the dreaded lilac capacitors. So there was a bunch of caps that were used in synthesizers and other equipment from back in the 70s and 80s, and it was by Panasonic, and the capacitors were a particular series, and the outside of them was lilac coloured. What happens over the years is they all, by this age, are now leaking and destroying boards. So they're really not ideal. And a Mark II tone bedder that would crap out in August had a bias pot added. That's a bit of a different thing. That's got to do with germanium transistors. Germanium transistors are, they are not stable, and they vary a lot with temperature and that. They also have a lot of leakage. They're junk. They suck. They are terrible, terrible things. But they kind of work in fuzz circuits because of that, and because of how leaky they are, and because how everything goes wildly out of whack. So that gives them a different sound. And also because they've got a 0.3 volt forward drop instead of 0.7, like what you get with silicon, you get a slightly different kind of timbre to them. They clip and drop at different sort of levels. That's just kind of what they're all about, Okie dokie, cool. So they're all cleared out there. I'll give those switches a bit of a clean, eh? Give them a wee bit of a clean. Yeah, AC 128s, yeah. AC 128s, OC 77s, all that, you know. You're going to get as much variation between two transistors of that era, of that style, off the same assembly line as what you will almost with bloody two transistors with similar, you know, similar sort of functions and calls, you know. Guys go, oh, it's got to be this kind of transistor in this particular, you know, circuit that sounds the best. It's like, well, dude, they're all going to be so wildly different. That's why we stopped using them. That's why we went to silicon, because germanium sucks. It's cool for the tone, but you know, just get a whole stack of them, make a bunch of different ones, and tweak everyone till they sound kind of good. Doesn't necessarily have to be, you know, all of that particular holy grail transistor. There's still millions of germanium transistors around. They stopped using them and they just sit around in warehouses for, you know, the last half century. Because they suck. Alright, cool. So that's done, that's done. Get that bit of a clean there as well. And I gotta replace those the jacks on the rear panel there, because they are crapped out. One of them is anyway. The main output. Cool. Alright. In Vigo. Come on. Get in there. Come on. There we go. I said come on. There we go. Same thing. There we go. Come on. Come on. Sweet. Tombra. Yeah. Tombra. Tomboy. Excuse me for trying to talk a little bit fancy pants and all that jazz. Timbre. Yeah, man, I'm talking about the timbre. Nah, man. It's a timbre. Like sombra. Like sombre. Timbre. Timbre. Je n'ai pas parlé des français très bon, eh? Let us actually sort of do this properly now. Come on. Drop out. Come on. Get out. Come on, you. Go. So go. Damn thing. Helps if I actually clean that. Duh. I just got a rat too. Been watching JHS destroy the LM308 Myth 2. Yes. When I did my video on the Sun Life pedal, they have an OP07 in there. OP07 is functionally identical in that circuit to an LM308. The thing that makes an LM308 sound the way it does in a rat circuit is the incredibly piss-poor slew rate. So that piss-poor slew rate does some stuff with the harmonics, because you push them into this point where it's like, it's trying to basically, it's trying to amplify a square wave, and it cannot. That forward edge cannot go where it needs to go, and it can't, like, replicate those harmonics. So they sound kind of the way they do, and that's why, like, you really crank them and they sound like they're falling over. Yeah. JHS does some cool stuff on that front. There are many, many things I disagree with him on, but that's primarily in, like, outside of the realms of musical equipment. But that's neither here nor there. As long as he, like, you know, keeps destroying myths, that's all I care about. I'm more than happy with that. How are we looking? Ew, look at the colour of that. That's nasty. Yeah, OP07's fine. I got a rat here installed, got an OP07. I have some LM308s in the cabinet. You know, I have them there just in case people absolutely want them and absolutely obsessed and they won't listen to me. It's like, okay, well, if you're stupid, I have no qualms whatsoever in making big money off of you, and I'll sell them an OP07 for $10, even though I picked them up for like 85 cents each. People don't want to listen to, you know, they don't want to listen to logic. They don't want to, like, listen to somebody who knows better, who knows more, but they want to listen to the experts online. All right, cool. Money, please. I like money. Pay me money. Give me my money. Oh, come on. There we go. Nice. Excellent. How's that? Look, I bought one. Hush you. Yeah. Well, you know, because they were made in Kalamazoo, obviously, back in those kind of days. It was just one of those things. They were everywhere. and they were cool, you know. For me, one of my favourite sounds of the Rat ever was the album Kill 'Em All by Metallica. That was the sound of a Rat into a Jose modded Marshall, cranked off its tits. Love that sound. As far as I'm concerned, best Metallica guitar tone. Fight me. Yeah, it's cool. They sound kind of good, you know. Running them into an already crunchy amp, they've got a very kind of, you know, a very cool character to them. Okay, there we go. Sweet. Now I can start putting the remainders in. Last time, 10:52. I'm going to open in 10 minutes. I doubt there's going to be anyone waiting at the door. There might be. Who knows? Maybe I'll be lucky today. Maybe people will want to come in and buy stuff. Maybe. We shall see. We shall see indeed. Okay. There, like so. Cool. Is there cables getting in the way? Nope. It's just being stupid. Alright. It's the same as, you know, like the... the tube screamers, you know. Oh, it's got to have a 4558 to sound good. 4558 is just a bog standard, super cheap dual op amp. You know, they're not really being pushed to the rails, they're not really doing anything special. They're not running at RF frequencies or anything. You can take it, you can put a 4558 in there, you can put an 082 in there, you can put anything. You know, they're all going to sound the same, you know. Op amps, when we design for audio circuits like these ones here that aren't like super high fidelity and that they're designed to clip and do crap stuff, we're running them well within their tolerance. So we're not going to be pushing them to a point where every little tiny bit matters. Not like we're talking like a mic pre or something like that, where some of those parameters can make a bit of a difference, mainly like noise floor stuff and that. In a pedal, okay, we just crank it, push it up. You know, the tone comes from the way the circuit operates and what it's doing. You know, the Tube Screamer is known for its very heavy mid hump that it's got on there. It's got a little bit of feed forward as well. Wait, no, that's a clon. Brain no worky. Yeah, it basically does what it does, sounds like it does, and then it's got the asymmetrical clipping in the feedback loop, you know, which gives it its particular thing. 4558s, they're still made to this very same day. Nothing has changed about them. They are the same. It's a 4558. Jelly Bean part, you know. JRC then became NJM. You know, whatever. Texas Instruments, doesn't matter. It is like the most common thing out there. It's just, it is an op amp that works. Take it and throw one in. Cool. They're not a great op amp. If I was designing an overdrive pedal today, I would probably put an 082 in there, because the 08 series and similar, better performance in terms of noise, low noise floor and all that kind of stuff. They're just a better op amp. Oh, God. Keep going. Oh, not one there. And this one there. Master tune. Portamento control. There we go. One, no, two more. Two more. Three more. Three more. Oh, God. X mod. That's right. Cross mod. That one, that one, and then finally, this Mamma Jamma. Cool. Sweet. Oh, God. So yeah, that's looking a lot better already. You can still see the grey section over here. Yeah. Well, part of it is, it's that whole confirmation bias, the psychology behind it. You know, you want to defer to authority, that's what we do. So we listen to those who say things out there because it makes it sound special, makes us more special. Yeah, it's the same thing behind what those weirdo anti-vaxxers do, you know. It's just one of those things. guitarists are basically the anti-vaxxers of music equipment. They'll never listen to an actual expert, but they'll listen to some random dude on the internet telling them what they should do. Alright. Where's the other one? Where's the other one here? There it is. There we go. Cool. There's a lot of silly beliefs online that a lot of people have, and they will be reinforced by them because they don't want to change what they do. Oh, homesteading and all that, it's brilliant. Like, seeing the people over there, especially, like, you know, like your Charlie Kirks and all the rest of that, shilling their, like, home crap food prep meal, whatever stuff. You know, mac and cheese in a bucket. Here's a 40-pound thing of mac and cheese for when the apocalypse comes or something. I don't know, man. It's dumb. Yeah. A lot of... This is what's absolutely, like, infuriating, right? Is that everyone wants, like, yeah, this new thing and the next thing, and they want that. For example, right? You know, everyone wants to buy their, you know, guitar heroes, like, you know, their particular rig or whatever it is they're using, right? But then they buy, like, the modern things. But you look back at what they used back then, it was different, you know. People want to buy, like, the Metallica signature EMGs. You can already buy the EMG Metallica signature EMGs. It's called an EMG 81 in the bridge and the neck for Kirk Hammett, and an 81 in the bridge and a 60 in the neck for James. That's the sound. You know, then you've got, like, the amps and all the rest of that. Back in the 80s, yeah, you had guys who were modding amps because things didn't exist for those players who needed multiple sounds live because they were recreating studio sounds that were bigger, more wild than what they were before. You couldn't just get by with a big, massive Marshall amp and then, like, using a switcher for a second amp or something like that. You needed, like, 3 or 4 sounds. You needed to incorporate that brand new fancy Eventide harmonizer or that, like, Korg STD 9000 delay unit, or the, you know, the tri-chorus rack unit. You needed to incorporate that into it, and you couldn't do that with just a single one-channel amp. Along came Mesa Boogie, you know, with their the Mark series amps, the switchable amps. Michael Soldano with the SLO series amps. Marshall with their attempt at a channel switching amp, which was the JCM 800 ones. But yeah, back then it made sense to mod equipment. Come the late 80s and that, not so much. 90s, 2000s, nah. But you get people who want to convince people they need to do this mod and make it 1% better and all that. No, man. I'll mod an amp and that in some respects just to fix up certain things that may not be ideal with them. But otherwise, if it's like that far away from what you actually want, buy a different amp. And get better at playing. Put me in front of any piece of equipment and I can make it sound good. That's easy. That's not a problem. I've worked with everything you can imagine. I've owned everything you can imagine. Doesn't matter. Put me in front of a piece of equipment, I know what I'm doing, I'll make it sound good. I suppose I better roll the gate up. I'll keep talking while I do it because let's see how far this mic actually goes. We'll go to the front of the shop with all the walls and that in the way. Okay, flip the sign around. Go there. Wait, latch down. Time for the key. Goes in the hole now. Turn it to one direction. Get that. There we go. Yeah. Sweet. All right. Now we open for the day. All right, people, don't all come at once now. All right, I got that. Last board here, which can flop out of the way. But yeah, we live in a world now as well where a lot of companies are trying to push for more people to buy things constantly. They're coming out with, like, you know, buy this new product, you need to get this because it's the new version, it'll change things, things are now different. innovation only gets to a certain point. You know, there are some things that you can't do better on. You know, there are some things that you get to a point where it's like, okay, cool, that's good enough. Like, there has been no actual, like, innovation in guitar amp design in 30 years. Once we got to a point where we knew what we were doing with high-gain topologies and channel switching and MIDI, that's it. What, you're going to add an impulse response loader to an amp? Okay, cool. That's just another thing. It's not revolutionizing anything. It's not like, you know, it's not reinventing the wheel. It's just making, you know, a cool little addition to an already existing type amp. There is nothing that's like really amazing and unique and new and oh my god, it's like changed how everything is now. But, you know, a lot of guitarists don't realize that. They're always chasing that next thing. Although I saw the the video, Lyle's one on that twin reverb clone thing, and oh boy, that was a thing, wasn't it? Huh? Like my god, what the hell? What was even going on with that thing? Seriously, come here. It's just another clone of a twin that unfortunately was not done very well. You know, times have changed. There's a lot more you can do with the circuit. That, you know, you don't have to like reinvent the wheel, but tweak it. Make a couple of things for modern use that make it more, you know, more suitable for today's players and today's wall voltages. You know. Also, check your diodes. Like that's like rookie mistake. Rookie mistake number one. Also, it's 2024. We have really, really good quality diodes now. You don't need to strap 3 of them in a row for, like, a power supply on a twin amp. You can just do it with, like, 2. Or just put a bridge rectifier in there. You know, it's not, not that hard. Seen a lot of amp and pedal companies releasing Mark 2s and 3s. Yeah, they are. And it's like, I mean, back in the day, Fender, right? Fender were constantly tweaking their designs. Leo was always looking for ways that he could make a product that had more clean headroom, because he was a country player. He was a country music fan. That was his thing. It wasn't up with the rock and the roll, but he wanted big, loud, clean, all that kind of stuff, right? And he also wanted to cut the corners and cut prices while still maintaining a good quality product. So he did a lot of that. So they were always like revisions. So like when you went, for example, from the you know, the 5C3 to the 5D3 to the 5E3 type thing, you know, little bits of tweaks here and there. Was it the 5F6 Bassman to the 5F6A, making some changes there, and the 5F6B, whatever it is, yeah, 6G, 6B, sorry, you know, tweaks that were, you know, while technology was still changing, stuff was getting better. They were getting, you know, more switched on what they were doing, and new components were still coming out kind of at that point. By the 60s it was all over, but there was still some there. Now, boutique posers, dime a dozen. Yep, that they are. That's why when I eventually move into that realm in the shop here, it will be, I will only sell stuff that I know that I've pulled apart, looked at, and gone, yeah, this person seems to know what they're doing. Friedman, Sir, SLO, Soldano, yeah, some of the others as well that are pretty sort of switched on. But, like, you know, car amps, no thanks. I don't want to sell the Jizzmaster 9000. I want something that's kind of easily repairable, that they actually have schematics for, not just, hey man, I like change this on there, and yeah, it's cool, just produce that. Do we have documentation? No man, just copy that. That's like all it is. Let's rotate that a bit more. There we go. Now I'm in the frame a bit better. Now I can see my lovely face. Ah, my beautiful face. Okay, so I can see why that is loose and why it's not working. Yeah, I'll have to change that one out. First, I also put the wrong type of bloody jack in there. You dingleberry. Seriously, just put the right type in there. It's not that hard. Yeah, a lot of them don't understand electronics. Not to the degree that kind of you'd hope with these kinds of companies. They're just, oh hey, here's an existing circuit. I'll just like I'll do that. I'll do it again. You know, one more time. Why not? oh yes, it sounds amazing, it sounds so much better. It sounds like a worse version of the original ones that was actually designed at, within the limits of what was known at that time, Not many people knew a lot about sort of like, ground planes and various other things in higher gain amps. When Marshall made like the Plexi or the JCM 800, that was like cutting edge, and it was doing stuff that this equipment was not designed to do. So yeah, they made a couple of mistakes, but guess what? We now know this stuff. We now have way better understanding of circuit analysis and design and, what makes stuff tick, that we can make it better. So why would you just copy it the way it is? Impressed with my knowledge. Well, I was going to make a bit of a joke there about myself, but I probably won't. But, I mean, I'm one of those people that I have a very, very broad depth of knowledge. I know a lot of facts about history and bits and pieces and all that kind of stuff, but there's always, there's always techs out there who do know a lot more about me on, like, more specific technical notes and the repair side of things. That, for example, both Lyle and Brad, miles ahead of where I am on those sorts of things. I hope to be able to live up to kind of like the template that guys like that have set. I want to get better at what I do, but I also understand that, like, I have to be realistic about kind of what limits and that I might have there. I've only got so much time, and I can't do every job. I'm not going to be the kind of person who can do 5,000,001 things quite well, but I will know my niches and know them exceptionally well, That's why, for example, on the same day that I'm repairing an old analog synth, I'll do a guitar refret, I'll do a tube amp, I'll do a solid state amp, and I'll do some pedals, right? The pro audio stuff, I can do it. I do the warranty work for Yamaha. I don't like doing it. I don't want to have to re-expand my knowledge even further that, because I have limited time. Unlike, say, for example, Brad, who, when he was younger, got into electronics when he was younger, had like, the Electronics Australia subscription and that. I didn't get into electronics until I was in my 20s. I was kind of into it as a kid, but I didn't have any of those opportunities. I didn't have the ability to, like, learn these kinds of things. I was a poor kid. I had no money. But what I did have was I always had a curiosity about things. So I learned what I could across any sort of area. Guitars. I couldn't buy a lot of magazines. That's why I bought a few, but I'd read them so many times over, stuff would stick in my head. Guitar amps, models in history. I could see things and go, I know what that is. And because of the way that my brain works, I'm able to, dissect sort of what I see in front of me and learn things relatively quickly. I just don't have the time to do quite as much sort of study and reading as I'd like to. So I don't have the time to just do, like, repairs for pleasure, to, like, broaden my palette and know what I know. It'd be nice to be able to sit there, and especially, like, doing more kind of things with some of the more advanced and in-depth repairs, to be able to expand upon that. I want to be able to do it, but I don't have the time. Without having staff and without having like that, I have to be kind of selective with what I work on, and sometimes learn on the job, as it were. It's like, okay, I understand this much and this much. I reckon I can fix that, and then I do. Oh, man. Less than an hour until beer o'clock. Right, when we're in Japan, beer o'clock is 9 in the morning. Seriously, that's going to be wild. There's still more there. So much booze. I drink very seldom, but when I do, oh man, I'm Hungarian. Alcohol. I was born with a blood alcohol content of like 1. But yeah, over there it'll be quite fun, running around doing the bits and pieces as we do. Alrighty. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. But yeah, Japan will be an absolute wild ride. Again, we're heading over there on leaving Australia on the 18th. Going to Taiwan for a couple of days. Will be quite nice. Staying in Ximending in Taipei, and yeah, checking it out. And then from there, be going off to Japan on the 22nd. Staying in Tokyo for a couple of days, then going to Osaka, Kyoto, and then up to Sendai, Niigata, Fukushima, and then from there, heading back down to Tokyo and hanging around there and catching up with Brad, catching up with some other people I know as well, visiting my wholesaler while I'm there, grabbing some more stock. What else am I doing while I'm there? What else? Yeah, just checking out stuff. Factory tours, of course. Factory tour of Tokai guitars, which would be good fun. Do the Yamaha experience, check out the stuff that they got there. See the kind of history and all the instruments they had there. And yeah, it's going to be baller. It's going to be good fun, you know. Oh man, itchy nose. And look, Japanese food is great, and what's even better is that there is so much food over there most people don't realize exists, right? One of my favorite dishes is something called gyutan, right? So gyutan is thinly sliced beef tongue that's salted and grilled over charcoal. And it's served with like a barley rice and like a spicy kind of like mustard green pickle. And it is just, you head up to Sendai, because that's like the regional dish for Sendai. And it is phenomenal. Everywhere sells it. And a lot of people think, oh, beef tongue, no. Trust me, give it a try. It's like, it's kind of chewy and like a little bit fatty, but it's something that will just absolutely yeah, well worth it. But try like regional dishes. There's so many like interesting foods outside of, everyone knows sushi, everyone knows ramen and that. Even ramen, there's so many kinds of ramen out there and so many different noodle dishes as well. So you got like aburage, which is like a dry ramen with like an oil base in it, which is absolutely phenomenal. You got that. You've got like obviously the udon, soba you can find cheap everywhere, and it's just really good. You find like a $2 bowl of soba at like a train station, and it'll blow your mind sometimes how good it is. Stuff like that. There's obviously unagi, which is good. Oyakodon, which is another favorite of mine. So that's chicken and egg served on top of rice, which is great. And everyone's going to try it at least once. There are places out there that you can go to where you can have good quality, like proper A5 Japanese Wagyu. When I was there the first time, I spent $150 on a steak. One steak, that big. It was all right. It wasn't bad. Still prefer Australian beef for that kind of thing, but it was an experience. The missus had gyu bento, which is like a beef bento, which was much nicer. The Japanese beef works better for that. So, a little bit thinly sliced, grilled, the sauce. It's good stuff. Okonomiyaki. My personal favorite is I prefer Hiroshima style. So Hiroshima style is the one where it's got noodles and stuff in it. Noodles, cabbage, stuff. Really, really nice. It's like layered. Whereas Osaka style, so Kansai style, is a mixture of cabbage and the batter all in one thing. It's like a pancake with stuff all thrown in there. That's also good. But yeah, I'm more of a Hiroshima style. What we got? I don't know. Should see some of the comments on Lyle's vintage sound amp. Same old apologist. It must be a fake. Someone's rebuilt it. The builder is a really great guy. Give him a chance. Here's a chance. Do your job right. That's all you got to do. But let the comments flow. Let the hate flow. Let the hate flow. That it's all engagement in the end. But these people, you can't look. You can't. It's like if you say anything bad about their religion or anything else like that, you're not allowed to. Big no. Don't confront them on these things. They don't like it. Yeah. But what was I saying before, prior to that? Something about food, undoubtedly. Yeah, that's right, Japanese food. Brilliant stuff. What we got here? Sucker for Kurosawa, of course. Yes, Kurosawa Akira is good stuff. Japanese cinema is... Some of it can be really good. Japanese TV is horrid. So bad. Seriously. It's terrible. I got 3 bottles of sake in the fridge remaining from Xmas. Should polish them off tonight. Family pizza night. Yeah, nice. I had pizza last night. Waited an hour and a half for it. Wasn't the worst pizza in the world, but don't think it was quite worth the wait that long. Yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of booze over in Japan as well. Like a lot. You can go anywhere and just there's a bar. They just have alcohol. They have alcohol everywhere. And then of course you got nomi hodai, which is all you can drink. So you can go to like anywhere. Like there are places where you pay like $25 and it's all you can drink. It's insane. You go to karaoke over there, and the typical thing people do with karaoke is not only is there singing, but they'll go there because it's nomihodai. You spend your $30 or whatever, you get 3 hours of all you can drink. Like seriously, you just order a beer, another beer. Oh yeah, I'll have a highball. Yep, cool. Oh yeah, can I have like a Jack and Coke? Yeah, cool. It's just you go wild. My sister's been there for a science conference. Nice. Yeah. Let's see. What is it? Had some expensive beef. Yeah. There's a lot of different types of expensive beef in Japan. So you have, for example, everyone knows Kobe beef. Kobe beef is okay. You've also got Matsusaka beef, Omi beef. There's a bunch of different types. They're all from different areas. They sound cool. Kansai, it's Kansai, Kansai, which is the region where Osaka is. They've also got a thing over there which they call Kansai Ben, which is Kansai dialect. So it's kind of like speaking to someone who speaks like American, like a Southern pastiche, like Southern Creole in America. Yeah. It's English, but not quite as you'd know it. Yeah. Oh, God, itchy. But while I'm over there, I'm also going to check out some other bits and pieces. So, check out some train museums, because what kind of autist would I be if I didn't go and look at a train museum? What else? God, heaps of things. God, so much I'm going to check out over there. I keep getting memories on Facebook coming up of the last time I went on holiday, which was 5 years ago. So 5 years ago, I went on holiday to Japan with some mates of mine. So they were dating at the time, and we went over there, spent 3 and a bit weeks over there, traveling around. So showed them Osaka, showed them Osaka, showed them Tokyo, showed them the joys of the Tohoku region. So we went out to like Fukushima and Aomori and that. We stayed in Hachinohe for a bit. Yeah, it was absolutely lovely. Brilliant place. Anyone who goes to Japan, I'm always going to say, spend some time in the common areas. Go to Tokyo, go to Osaka, go to Hiroshima, do that. But also, set aside a couple of days to go to like places like Shikoku. Go to Nagasaki, go to Fukushima, go to like Aomori, go elsewhere, and you're going to see so many cool things that you just never saw. Make my own dough and cook in my modified pizza oven. Doing 10 pizzas tonight. Jesus! My God. What an absolute wild night. Yes, all you can drink. That is dangerous. It is. And, like, even just, like, some of the bars, most bars, like, the drinks are really damn cheap. Like, you go to a rock and roll bar or something like that, they're not the cheapest, but you're there for the experience as well. But you go to some places and it's like, a beer for, like, $2.50. And we're not talking, like, a small one. We're talking, like, a proper, like chunky thing. It's insane. You go into, like, the 7-Eleven and you get yourself, like, a big, massive can of, like, like a big, massive can of bloody Strong Zero for like $3. Ski snowboarding is wicked too, I have heard. I've never been, but a lot of people I know, they go there. A lot of Aussies go there because it's like easy to get to for good quality skiing. There's a bit of a controversy at the moment though, kind of like how in the US you got like Colorado and other places where the ski towns are now so expensive, locals can't live there and the workers have to like stay in dormitories. The same thing is happening in Niseko. So Niseko is a like the premier sort of like snowing ski resort village thing in Hokkaido. And it's now so damn expensive that nobody can like afford to live there and nobody really wants to go. And there was a whole like uproar about somewhere selling like $25 ramen, which to us, like in the West, okay, $25, whatever. It's a couple of bucks more than maybe the $20 we'd normally spend. In Japan, the whole thing is ramen's not a food you spend more than $10 on. That's it, It's a one man lunch. Man meaning 1,000, right? 1,000 yen, $10. $10 Australian, like $8 US. You don't spend a huge amount on it. So, people saw this and the signage, of course, was all written in English because it was probably there for, going at the tourists. And you know what? have at it. People are going to go spend it there, cool. I don't like that workers can't live in their own area anymore, or that people have to move out. That's kind of pretty bougie. But, you know, make with it what you can, I suppose. Oh, these knobs are actually not in a bad state. Nice. They're just all discoloured as they are. Oh, I got itchy. So it's a much, much nicer looking control panel. Yeah, there's a lot of those kinds of, you know, ski resorts and towns and that where it's all just too expensive for people to actually live in. But workers, yeah, they gotta work, they gotta go there. It's like, you know, speculators and markets and all the rest of that, and landlords making so much out of property, whereas who's going to work in the cafes? Who's going to work in the local shops, the supermarkets? What, you're going to punish people for working in these roles and make them travel an hour and a half each way just because you want to make more capital gains on your property? That's wrong. It's not right. You know, people should be able to live within a reasonable distance of where they work and not have to lose, you know, a third of their day to travelling and a bunch of money to having to spend on that just because someone wanted to make, you know, extra money on flipping a property they've only owned for 2 years. Nah. Not a fan of that at all. I mean, for example, I live 5 minutes down the road from where the shop is, and cool, I can, you know, kind of find people to work here and all the rest of that. When I was travelling out here from where I lived in Campbelltown, it cost so much in tolls and fuel and time to get here every day because that was all that was, like, affordable out that way. Here, I pay almost $600 a week for a one-bedroom unit in a 120-year-old building. It's insane. It's not right. It is not right at all. Oh, God, itchy. Why is my phone going off? Anything interesting? Nope. No. Someone commenting on my post about the Martin D28 with binding coming off. Oh, but these guitars need humidity control for storage. It's like every instrument needs humidity control to some degree for storage, but that doesn't explain why they're using the worst bloody adhesive that they possibly can for these damn instruments. Like, seriously, like, why? What? I don't know what they're using on those guitars to hold the binding in place, but it's legitimately like, it's like the stuff you use on Post-it notes. It's terrible. Just comes off and then it gets gummy and then you gotta, like, scrape it off to actually have glue that sticks on there. So, you know, when someone comes in and they got a Martin and I've got to restick the binding on, it's not like I can just go, okay, cool, here's some extra glue and that and putting it on. But instead I've got to go through, I've got to spend time scraping off the old glue, clearing it, prepping it, cleaning the shelf, and then gluing it on. That takes time. It's like an hour to do that job that I did, like for the Martin that was on display here. You know, an hour. $120 just there, just to glue it back in. Travis, hello, how are ya? Welcome to the madness. I'll keep streaming until I start getting customers in the door, which, based on the fact that it's 11:30 and I've not even had anyone walk in, I've had 2 people stand at the door and kind of like look in at something in the window, but that's it. It's not exactly great. Such is life, though. Oh, God. Yes. Oh, my nose. Oh. I'm embarrassed to say I've never owned an acoustic. Right on. You know, some people it's just not a thing that they really need. You know, I'm sure you can play, like, you know, a bunch of acoustic stuff on electric easy enough. I do it all the time. Although I do own a couple of nice acoustics. So I got an old Takamine from the 90s that I picked up for a song years ago because someone tried cleaning the finish with acetone, and the finish is poly, but the binding is ABS. So it kind of melted. And I've never gotten around to replacing it because I'm like, I don't give a damn. It's a guitar that's meant to be played. I don't care about aesthetics. I don't care about that. It's not digging into my arm. Whatever. I will just play it. Actually, I have a couple of my guitars here in the shop today because I'm going through prepping some for sale, and others are just sort of like hanging around while I'll go put them in storage for a bit. Figure out what I do with them. If I hopefully find another band or find some projects to record with, then I'll have them around, because in that way I can use them. Then there's some guitars that I've had for so long, and it's like I don't want to get rid of them, but I know that I should because I don't use them. Holding on to something for sentimentality is no reason in my eyes. For me. You do you. Let me just like put these in the dishwasher. I charged over $500 for the last binding repair. They wanted it perfect. Yeah, one of those guys. Nah, this guy's kind of cool. He's a bit of a weird dude, but he's cool. He pays his money, drops money like there's no tomorrow. He just wanted it stuck back on. That's it. So, okay, stuck it back on. Somebody's already repaired it previously, and they've used super glue, and it wasn't a very good job, and it broke at that point there, and it's kind of taken a chunk out of the lacquer. He doesn't care. The guitar's like not in great shape anyway. It's got some fret wear. That was the one that the bridge has been shaved down by a couple of mils. So I looked at it, it's like, why is it flat? Oh, it's been planed to bring the action down because it's a very, very bad on the neck angle side of things. So that's a bummer, but it is what it is. Come on, phone, wake up. Wake up. Damn thing. I need to replace my phone. I want 5K White Falcon. Not happening. Yeah, White Falcons are pretty cool. For me, if I was going to get anything, I love old Gretches. And the one that I want is I want a 50s Country Gentleman, right? Sorry, Country Club, 50s Country Club with the Dynasonics in Cadillac Green. That's a spicy meatball for me. Like, that's the color, the look. I love Dynasonics. I love the sound of them. And yeah, that's what I want. I could get one potentially one day in the future, but I won't, you know. Might see if we can find something similar in Japan at some point. It's disappearing to hear about Martin separating. Yeah, but let's be honest. I mean, Martin made some great stuff. They did a lot of advancements with guitars and design and that, but then sometime in the 1950s, they decided to just stop. They just, like, changed things. Probably had to do with one of the Martin family taking over the company and the bad decisions that were made throughout the 60s and 70s. But, yeah, like, they were made in a particular way, and they just didn't quite scale up in that particular way, and then they stuck with such old design methods and old ways of doing things. It's just not ideal. And I have no idea what they use for the, for the binding glue, but it's not great. They all come off. Everyone knows. You own a Martin, you're going to be resticking the binding. Okay. Now, I've forgotten how the knob's going on Monopoly. Let's try. There we go. Oh, itchy. Alright. Remind me again, how do the knobs go on these things? Grey, white. Yep, cool. So we've got the grey ones over this side. This way. Nice. Excellent. Now they turn much nicer. The resonance. Come on. There we go. I've got everything I want. I'm done. Yeah, I haven't bought a new guitar or piece of equipment in years. The last thing I bought was a Vox Bobcat, because I bought another one. Yamaha were doing some good deals on them at that time. So I got myself a Bobcat, a second one, another black one, so I have two of them. I've got one black one with the white hardware with the P90 routes. And I got one which is black with black hardware with a Bigsby. Because a semi-hollow with a Bigsby, you know, it's the way to do it. The only piece of equipment that I still want is I'm going to pick up a Line 6 Helix so I can do more demos and stuff with it. Just because they're brilliant. They work well. The way they do things is pretty solid. Cool, there we go. That turns much better. There we go. Now it's not busted. Actually, I'll change that out though. Yeah, I'll grab a Line 6 Helix. Ugh.
to do stuff because I like them. I like that they keep updating them, and I like the fact that I'm a service agent for them, so I can actually, so I can repair them. Yeah, they do well. They do what they need to. The only other thing is I'll pick up if I find one is I missed out on them when they came out. I kept saying I'm going to buy one. I'm going to buy more than one. I'll buy two of them because I wanted two. Right? Was the Comparison TAT FX that they did. They did a run of them. And unfortunately, at that point, I didn't have a particular amount of cash on me to buy one, so I was not able to get one, which is unfortunate. So the TAT-FX is a TAT, which is an archtop dinky, but the Jackson one, the Comparison ones don't have a small neck like the Jackson ones do. They're actually a little bit rounded. Yeah, I wanted one of them, so if I come across one in Japan, I'll definitely pick it up. But I've got like a half a dozen Comparisons anyway. I quite like them. Should be recall class action. They're scummy and deny all problems with neck angle and binding despite obscenely obvious manufacturing defaults. See, the problem with that is, right, in the case of their neck angles, they can just turn around and say that it is okay because it is how they've always been spec'd, right? And it is. The neck angles that they do is in line with the traditional neck angle that Martin offered for their guitars, because they were not designed to be set up low and fast. They were designed for a neck angle that by today's standards is painful. You know, a high playing action that is insane, but people like them. You know, a lot of Martin players are like, don't mess with the formula, it's the way it is. Why not? Change it, make it better. I just picked up a Trainer YBA one from a local tech last week. 10 months! Dear Lord. 10 months, I'd want that thing polishing and sparkling. I mean, they're not exactly like a difficult amp to work on from what I've seen of them. They look pretty like smart and logical on the layout side of things. And they're not exactly like, you know, it's not like trying to work on some piece of equipment. My God. But then again, like that kind of work and companies taking that long and charging as much as they did is what inspired me to open my shop. Thank you, Lewis and Stan at Guitar Factory Parramatta. If it wasn't for you, I never would have gotten into doing this stuff. Dropped off a silver paste basement I picked up for like $400 and wasn't quite working right, and I wanted to sell it off, so I took it to them, booked it in, all that kind of stuff, and it took them so long to fix, and then like they put in a it was like a couple of resistors and like a capacitor or something. And it was like $400 or something worth of a repair. I'm like, dear Lord, I can do that. So I went off and studied electronics at TAFE, and the rest, as they say, is history. One moment. Dr. Gear 6 speaking. We do. Thank you. Bye now. But yeah, so they were the reason why I got into repairing and doing all that kind of stuff, because, yeah, they took forever. And I figured I could make some money out of it, and next thing you know, I was making money out of it. It was nice. There were multiple resistors still in the circuit that had cracks and chips in them. Oh, God. A film cat that had leads tack soldered to old legs. Nice. Nice. Not just, hey, let's like flip the board over and go at it from that way. No, let's just, oh my God. Seriously, that's disappointing. Had an awful tech when I lived across the river in Detroit. My Kalamazoo tech was such a nice guy. Yeah. Oh. There's not a huge number of us here in Sydney. That's why, for example, guys like Brad and myself have repair queues that are quite a while, you know. Look, I have stuff that does sometimes come in that takes a couple of months to get done, mainly because of access to parts and because I know that I'm going to have to sit down with it for hours to sort it out. So it goes in the slow queue. And I say to customers, look, this is how I can keep your bill at a reasonable rate, because if I have to charge for every second I go on that thing, it is going to be an absolute nightmare, right? So instead it's going to go in the slow queue, go through. You want it done quickly, I can do it, but I'm going to charge you every minute that I work on it. You know, I've only got so many hours in a day, unfortunately, and there's only me here these days. The problem is, they're like, it doesn't play great, but don't change anything, but I want it to play good. Just don't change anything. Oh, God, yeah. Oh, I both love and hate those ones at the same time. They are an absolute nightmare. It's like, okay, so you want... It's like that scene from The Simpsons. So you want a down-to-earth, realistic cartoon that's also filled with magical wizards and space robots. Richard Morgan, hello everyone, finally caught a live one. Oh, she's a live one, yeah, reel it in. Give it a kiss on the lips and throw it back, as we used to say back in Australia before Rex Hunt went and did that terrible thing that he did and turned out to be a racist. Who'd have thunk? Yeah, so just working on some stuff today. I polished up this Korg Monopoly that's being prepped for sale, and I've got to recap the power supply, and then I'll go through and do a calibration on it, which these are well known for being a nightmare to calibrate. But I had to actually change out the B and C key that were damaged on here. Also cleaned out the key contacts and the key bed, made it work properly, because some of the notes weren't triggering quite correctly. All is done. Now to do an LSR nut installation. Oh, an Evertune installation. Ugh. Truss rod replacement. Ugh. And a lacquer touch-up. Man, you can have those jobs. No thanks. I don't want to touch an Evertune. It's bad enough. I set them up, I do that, but someone walks in and says, I want one installed. Not interested. No thanks. I was chatting with someone the other day, right? I was sorting out some stuff with the future of the business and realizing I can't do everything. I'm not going to do everything. So instead, I'm going to narrow down what I offer, what I do, and keep that as the premium service. I'm not going to mess around with 1,000,001 jobs and trying to do everything because it interests me, because I can't make a living out of that. Instead, I'm going to do stuff that interests me by making money out of it. There's very few synth techs in Sydney, so I will keep doing synths, There aren't, many around this area who do the quality and the level of work that I do for setups and refrets and fret dressers and that. So I won't. So I'll keep doing them, right? But, more of the major things than that, I'm going to just step back from a lot of it because, people come in and they ask, and then I take it on, and then I'm like so encumbered with so much stuff, and I don't have the workshop space anymore, trying to keep 1,000,001 tools in places, and then I kind of get, rather than being able to sit down and go, here's my bench, it's all sorted, I'm going to work through like 10 of these things one after the other that all have the same thing. I'm having to constantly change things out and keep doing and all that. So, nah. You can have all that stuff, Brad. I'll pass. I'm done now. I need to rein in what I do and not have my eyeballs to the sky quite so much. And you didn't ask if I do them. No, but it's my stream and I'm talking about me. Look at that. So much so that you can see my finger twice. Nah, that's what I mean. Like you are a man who is far beyond my skill and my ability, and also my willingness to take on so many things. My curiosity and other factors only extend so far. I don't have enough time because I don't have the staff anymore, and I have a business that is much smaller than it used to be. It used to be much larger. So yeah. Alright, so I got that there, Let's get some power to that, power to that. Volume up. That there. Waveform generators. Master tune up to there, up to there, up to there, up to there. Volume up. Frequency resonance, EG up there, keyboard tracking up to normal. Come on, there we go. There we go. That's a bit odd. There we go. Sweet. All right. So that's all off there. That's off. That's off there. Cool. All right. MG2. Where are we? There we go. There we go. Oh, I got people. Afternoon.
Hi.
How can I help you there?
Just looking for some steel strings for my electric guitar.
Yep. Was there a particular gauge or style you're after?
No, just need to restring it.
Yep, cool. He's done. Those ones there. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. That one there, that one there. 1 0. Onto that one there. $18, thank you. Left-hand side of the terminal when it wakes up.
We don't want to rush, because it's nice and cool in here.
Alrighty, that's all done there. Those ones are yours. Thank you much, Lee.
Thank you.
See you again. Wait. Oh, there we go. Stay. Okay. I know, right? Ooh, set of strings. I'm doing well. Fat. Yeah. Bring in the second one, because why not? There we go. Get it really out of tune. Bring it in slightly. Nice. Put that one. Pulse width's there. Sick. Bring in the fourth one for some extra fatness. There we go. Bring it right out of tune, bring it in. There we go. I'll bring that up as well, and then bring this one in. See, I don't even have anyone walking into the shop. That's what's crazy, right? Nobody's coming in and checking things out, which is wild. Sweet. Now we're gonna hit the master detune as well. Sick. There we go. Nice. What we got? Cross mod. There we go. Oh, nasty. Nice. Ooh. Yeah. That's what I like about the Monopolys, is they're kind of like, you can do a lot of weird stuff with them. Sync mode, there we go. Pitch, there we go. Nice. What we got here? Nice. What we got there? VCF. Yeah. Lasery. Pitch. There we go. Nice. What do we got? Poly mode, of course, which is always interesting. Whoa, there we go, right out. So what's kind of wild about the poly mode on this, right, is you've got a couple of different versions of the poly. What you can do, right, is obviously the regular thing, get all four of your waves on the normal thing, right? Let's get rid of detune, right? Let's hit a note, put it into normal range. Cool. So we're on the 8 foot there. Let's bring in the second one. Put it onto unison mode first. There we go. So you want to try and get them kind of in tune. Bring up the next one. Cool. Then the final one. Nice. So now we got 3 voices all pretty well in a similar sort of vein, right? Go into poly mode. Now the thing is with this is you've actually got you've only got one VCA across the 4 voices. So this is technically paraphonic, not polyphonic. So you got one VCA, one filter, right? You can set those up there to make your chords. And then, we can also do, if you want to be real crazy, you make it so that you can have an entirely different note up top there, right? Or you can take your lowest one, one-handed bass note. Two-hand when you get to that point, because I'm not a very good keyboard player. Moog are not cheap. Not for a Model D. A Model D, any Model D, a half-decent one, is still going to be a couple of $1,000s. The Behringer versions and the the grandmothers and the mothers and that, a bit different. But Yeah. So you got your different notes there. Then you can set your detune as well. Or what you can even do if you want to be absolutely crazy is you can have like some notes, for example, have your bass frequency, you do your pulse width modulation all the way down there. And then you're also going to have a sub on that too. Real big fat. Oh, these days they're not cheap. No, they're not. They are very expensive. Add your third one, except what we're going to do for that is keep that as a square wave, and then we're going to add the fourth note, which we're going to use also shark tooth. We're going to throw it up to the fourth foot. Turn keyboard tracking down. There we go. You forgive me. Thank you. Thank you, Father, if I have sinned. Hit the hold button. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, you can do all sorts of kind of really cool stuff with them. When is the Japan trip? So, I will be leaving for my version of the trip anyway on the 18th of March, returning on the 15th of April. So yeah, I'll be there in Japan from the 22nd of March through to the 15th of April. Yeah, it'll be good fun. Be doing some live streams from over there as well, because why wouldn't I? Hey, Potentiometer, that's right. Let's try that. Nice. Unison. Nice. Yeah, the Japanese content is going to be good fun. Arpeggiate. There we go. There we go. Nice. There we go. Boy, Brad. Guitar sound for the old 70s Silk Road documentary was awesome. Yeah, it's pretty cool. There we go. Richard, you legend. I thank you very muchly. Especially because the, the good old British squiggle is worth a lot in Australia. Oh, it's still a bit crunchy. Come on, clean out. Where is it? There we go. Yeah, the bummer thing about the Stranger Things one is you can't do it on a Korg because of the way that the up and down momentum works, right? So if we turn latch to there, right, and we go down, up, down. What it's doing is going up and then back down, so it's not going da-da-da-da-da-da-da and passing straight back down. Yes, I appreciate that very much. So you can't quite get the same thing going on. It's almost like a swing version of it. Yeah, these are one of those kind of like interesting units for the time, doing a lot with the technology that was available. And then you got chord memory as well. Right, so how's chord memory going to go? Trying to remember how that happens. Wait, how do I do the chord memory thing again? Where is it? Holy. Where is it? Come on, slow thing. Blah, blah, blah. Memorize chords could be a picture of this whole. Yes. Just show me the thing, would ya? Brad, I certainly shall. Thankfully, I've got like 5 minutes. 5 minutes to get home. Whoa. Come on. Seriously, there's one annoying thing about this workshop is I got like the wall that's there, and that prevents me from getting like Wi-Fi properly to the back of the workshop. How annoying. There we go. Nice. Terrible. Okay, seriously, why do you not want to work? Come on, oh, now you want to... seriously. Yes, just show me the thing, would you? Where is it? There we go, key assign mode. I don't speak in German. Well, no, chord memory, there we go. Right, that'd be why. Okay, cool. So, go that. There we go. Select poly or unison share mode. Play the chord, desired chord. Depress chord memory. There we go. Nice. Ooh, minors. Oh. But yeah, so this is a prime example as to why this is going to need calibration, right? So if I hit a chord and I stretch it so that I've got the 16 foot and the 4 foot going simultaneously, right? Hear how it sounds kind of like out of tune? Being an old analog type device, even though the key management in that is done digitally, what actually happens is you've got the actual the notes still done by a CV. So CV is still very much analog, and you've got to have it as close as you can to get there, or else you get like your wide spread of notes and they're going to be way out of tune. So as you go further up the keyboard, it's going to get sharper or flatter. Go down, same sort of deal. So. Whoa. Not as bad when you bring them in closer. Yeah, so this one's going to need a recap in order to do that. But I've just noticed that LED is also bad as well, so I need a 3mm red LED. But do I have something that is actually that vintage tinted type one, or do I have to order some in? You're going to make me order one in, aren't you? Because I got the clear-coloured ones, but I don't have the old-fashioned, like, chintzy coloured plastic type ones. So. Wait, why is that on top? That should be on live, thank you. Damn thing. Just realised it wasn't set correctly. That's better. Now, I need to unplug that. That can go away onto Botsy. That can go onto the rack. That goes there, that goes there, like so. Cool. Alright, that one, and that one there. Cool. Where's my baggies? There they are. Baggie. Okay. What we're going to take a look at next. No, that's done, that's done. Waiting on a pop for that one, which is a pain in the butt. That one's also done. What do we have? I'll start on that. Yeah, I'll start on the T40, may as well. It's an interesting bit of kit. Yeah, alley-oop. Oh, man. Come on, get up there, heavy damn thing. There you go. Hefty. Hefty like you would not believe. There we go. Cool. Alright. Go there. Oh yeah, got some interesting stuff there too. Forgot about that. This thing weighs a ton. It's awful. Yeah. This is a Hiwatt T40 that was given to me by a customer. It sat for ages in his garage. Yeah, he's had it for ages or whatever else like that. Stopped working apparently. So he gave it to me for the princely sum of $0. Fix it up, bring it back to life, and hopefully end up making a couple of bucks out of it, because why wouldn't I? Oh, I have a customer. One moment. Afternoon. Something I can help you with?
What's that?
Something I can help you with?
No, I was just having a look. Thanks.
No problem.
Thank you.
Okay. Never mind. I'll just hang out here then. Where's my thing? There we go. Drill. Alright. So yeah, anyone who knows anything about these Hiwatt amps knows that they weren't designed very well. There was a lot of flaws that happened with them. Which unfortunately meant that, yeah, a lot of them died and a lot of them ended up kind of just thrown in the bin. Alright, well yeah, there we go. Ugh. Oh boy. That's unpleasant. Come on, come here though. Almost looks like this one's been through like flooding or something. Very, very mildewy inside. Nah, we good there, we good there. Ugh. That's awful. Hanging around with a Bluetooth earpiece in, like some kind of yeah, random hipster. Or do you just want to hear me scream and yell and agonize over the fact that we've got a Hiwatt on the bench? Ugh. Come on. Ugh. Yeah, there is a fair bit of corrosion going on here. I'm wondering if this is potentially salvageable or whether it will just be something that ends up in the bin. Like, I don't think it's like, it's not like sat in water or anything, but it's sat in a very humid area, like the screws for the IEC socket and that are very, very badly corroded, like very badly. Oof. Okay, let's take a look. Come on. Ew. That's nasty. All right. All right, come here. That goes there, that goes there. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Come hither. All right. There we go. There. Hiwatt. There we go. Hiwatt T40. Similar to the T20, but it has 2 extra tubes. Now, what I was talking about before with the corrosion and stuff like that, so if we look on the panel there, you can see it's actually pretty bad in that section. I'll replace that socket because there is some green oxide going on in there. What's wild though is that the transformers actually look like in good condition. Normally this is like the first place that you get a lot of corrosion and they're absolutely just hammered. This one, not so much. Let's see. EL84, EL84. How do they look? Ew. Not good. How's this one look? Oh, even worse. Alright, so this one has cooked something severe in that section. Take a look. There we go. See a bit of ugliness going on there. This one looks like it's gone as well. And this one, yeah, they're not looking happy. Ruby EL34s. Could they get them any closer? I honestly don't know. You know, maybe they want that extra harmonic, like, you know, buzzing and that. It's kind of wild as well that, you know, they've got all that and then they got like this little teeny tiny PCB inside and all this space and a big 212 cabinet. Like, absolutely wild. Like, I know one thing I'll do with this regardless is I'm going to swap out those caps because they suck. They are absolutely terrible. It's not even a question of if, it's just they just need to go. That's it. There's no question about that. Looking here as well, this is kind of what happens when you've got like these quick connects on things. What ends up happening is, if I can actually get this one back, because it's like almost like melted to itself. Come on. Let's see. Can we zoom in there? All right. Look how dark that's gotten. That has gotten incredibly dark as a result of heat from like corrosion on the plating and all the rest of that, and just how much current is being pulled through this. So, you know, they could have just hardwired to it. Not the worst idea in the world, just would have made things a bit better, but they had not. So I can see there's some corrosion on the plating there. What I'll end up doing is I'll end up I'll clean those pins off, see if I can't get some of that corrosion off, and then re-terminate these with some more quick connects, or I'll just wire them straight to the socket because it's just pin 7 on there. Yeah, I might just do that. Yeah, so this is a Hiwatt T40 from 2010s, somewhere in that kind of ballpark. So new-ish, but not the new ones. I think they're up to like a Mark III or something on them, but they're still not great. It's definitely not your daddy's Hiwatt company. What's kind of nice about them though is that they did keep some of the circuit kind of like in that Hiwatt. What the hell? Okay, it has a condom on it. What? Look at that. Well, at least we know this thing's never going to be a bit shy and not going to shrink a little bit because, you know, it's got its little jacket on there. Seriously, what the hell? But back to what I was saying. Oh, what the... Seriously. Oh my god, why? What the hell? Are they trying to like stop microphonics? That's not going to do anything. Who the hell did this? You're probably not watching the screen right now, Brad, but the preamp tubes on here have massive, like, they've got shrink wrap tubing on the top half of them. Like, literally, big, massive length of heat shrink tubing over the top, and it's getting stuck to the springs inside the can's retainers. Like, legitimately, this is the first time I've ever seen a tube like this. What the actual hell, man? It's stock too, like Christ. Okay, so that's got to be removed, obviously. But back to what I was saying, like one of the positives of the brand, if you can really say that, is trying to keep to the original spirit of the Hiwatt circuit, is that they are using a 12AU7 in the circuit. Yeah. See, every Hiwatt I've had come in, they've had the preamp tubes and that replaced, so I've not seen that before. That's new. But then again, you also got all of like CMC's old bloody stock. Steve's said to me for like a year beforehand, yeah, we got all this old stuff, sell it to you cheap. Never brought it along. Never followed through with it. So yeah, but yeah, oh god, absolute stupid, just dumb. But yeah, for those who are asking what that is, that's a preamp tube with heat shrink tubing wrapped around the top for some unknown reason. Excuse me just one second. I need to wash my hands and my face because I have the worst, absolute worst itchiness going on from dust right now. It's killing me. Oh dear Lord. Oh, this is terrible. Oh, it's awful. Do not like. 10 out of 10, don't recommend. Oh, there's water, cool. Oh, stand over here for a sec while I wipe some dust off my face. Ugh. Bit of dust. Oh, God. It was nice to work on that gear. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm so annoyed, because he told me about it back when I was at had the factory unit. It's like, yeah, come on. I kept hitting him up at it, but he never got it to me. I was like, I'll take the whole pallet load, man. Apparently they had a bunch of it, but oh, whatever. I'm not mad. Radials though, at least. Yeah, that is nice. So what do we got in here? We got 22 at 450, 47 at 450, 47, and 100 at 350. Okay, cool. Yeah, it'll be easy enough to sort out on those, but oh god. So it's going to need some new output tubes, a given. I'll returbinate those just straight on the board. What do we got here? 680. Really? 680 on the what looks to be screen supply. Better than 100, that's for sure. What we got there? That's the pretty loose speaker terminal. Not ideal, not ideal. But yeah, like you can see, if you look in here, like you can see all that white stuff there, that's mildew. So wherever this amp was stored, wasn't stored in a very good place. So I will clean all that up. I'll sort out this socket. I'll have to get a new one from Mauser or similar. I've got to place an order with them anyway, so that's pretty crusty. Wouldn't be so bad if it was just like some of the like screws on the outside, but building Michelle a double bound telly at the moment. Nice. Should get to keep the champ you're doing in a cab building video. Yeah, sick. Nice. I do like a double bound telly a lot because I got an account with All Parts and WD and some other places and the likes. There's double bound the tellies and all the rest. I can get the bodies and get them unfinished. I was considering getting myself some parts and making another one, but I've already got like 2 tellies, so I don't need another one. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, you're going to make me get my what's here, aren't you? Don't need any more guitars. Oh. Yeah. Oh, God. No, smaller. Smaller. That size. Too small. Come on. Yeah, nice. Yeah, all part stuff's good. Thankfully, I've got my account with them, so you know, if I want that stuff, I'll just go, hey, I'll buy it, and get it from there. Well, I could probably get like the bodies and stuff direct from Japan, from the factories too. Oh. There we go. Because yeah, all part stuff. Some of it's made in Japan, some of it's made in the US. Nope. Right, so there's an exercise down. Damn it. Customer donated it. Huh. Planned to build, never got around to it. Yeah, right. Nice. I like it when customers donate things. I'll never say no to when a customer donates stuff, and if it is something that is like, you know, quite valuable, I'll offer them something in return for it. To go, you know, at least, you know, take this. Let me return the favor to you somewhat. You know. That's where this came from. You know, this is from a customer. He had it in his garage for ages, so it's ended up with me, and I will sort it out and sell it on. There we go. That's better. I had a couple of things donated recently that have been pretty solid. And then things I buy cheap. Eventually one day I might get to a point where I have, like, you know, the actual cash to be able to buy stuff and actually just start, you know, buying things from customers for cash. You know, a bit of a discount price, but depends. Yeah. Except the problem is nobody can ever really do them right. Oh man, that's one thing going to Japan. You got to kind of be wary of, is if you go to some of the places where a lot of the tourists go to, like Kabukicho and similar, you got to watch out for the scammers and the people trying to do that kind of stuff. Like, they're not my kind of areas. I don't like that kind of thing. Like, I don't like the massive, like, you know, tourist trap type stuff. Not my bag, baby. Not above all the other stuff, but you know, I don't want to go to those kinds of places and check them out and get my drink spiked and my card raided and that. Oh, look at that. Yeah, that's not the kind of thing that you're going to replace. So, not the kind of thing you're going to repair. Sorry, it will be replaced. So, yeah, that'll off to the bin it goes. Could have sworn I had another one of those around somewhere, but I probably don't. If you want something done, you got to do it right yourself. Exactly. I'm a guitarist. I already have hands that are like vices and can move like lightning. You're competing with like almost 40 years worth of experience on these things. I know what I'm doing. Oh, kidoki. Clean, 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 clean. Why is that one so loose? It's weird. Like been knocked or something. Odd. That little stupid bloody spring tank. Look at it. These things are dumb. Like, all you have to do is just not have those, you know. Either put a proper spring tank in there or just get rid of, like, spring tanks entirely. I don't really like spring reverb generally. I much prefer a digital reverb. But digital reverb in there will just give me an effects loop. If I want reverb, I'll do it that way. Spring reverb's kind of alright, but doesn't do what I need it to do, you know? Ay, 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 ay. 12:30 on a Sunday afternoon. There ain't many people out and about on the street. Couldn't imagine why, given how damn hot it is out there. Seriously. It's bad. Come on, there we go. Stay and stay. So did anyone see anything interesting at NAMM? Anyone see any stuff and go, ooh, that looks kind of cool? I only kept up to date on a couple of bits and pieces, not a huge amount, but there were some things that kind of looked okay, and then some other stuff that was just dumb. Like, really dumb. Like, why? And, of course, the man who's never had an original idea in his head, Perry Ormsby, with his booth and all the rest of that, it's like, ah, cool! So you copied that person's idea and that person's idea, and yeah. Perry doesn't like me, and I don't like him. I don't like his instruments. I don't like how he treats customers either. You know, that old thing. But yes, the effects loops are a solid way of doing it. My personal preference by far. Come on. Effects loops are good because then you can add your own stuff to it. Even in an amp that's not necessarily high gain, you want the preamp to do its thing and you want it to sound the way it does, and then using that as like, you know, the output is very hi-fi kind of. You know, you've got your overdrives and that in the front, and you do all that, but you want to send like, you want your cleanest reverbs and delays and modulations that to just modulate what is there going into the output. Even if the output clips a little bit, it's still at that point a lot cleaner because the signal is cleaner. It hasn't got any of that sort of cumulative effect from multiple stages gaining up and adding their bits and pieces. So some people ask, why put an effects loop in like a twin or something like that? They don't need it. It's like they don't need it, but they benefit from it. They benefit from it in those use case scenarios, which I think is a good idea. Okay, just a jumper on that side of the board. That side of the board that doesn't actually have a doesn't actually have a removable clip. Of course not. Why would you do that? Why would you do something that smarter? Come on. There we go. Right. Come on. That one there, that one there. That one there. That one there. They're already out. Well, mostly. Come on. Sweet. And the green one there. See, at least the thing I like about these is that they are nice from the standpoint of, you know, you've got like markers there, so it's like black, red, green. Nice. Some companies don't even do that. Just dumb. They should, you know, just do it. Make it easier for us to do our work, man. Stop making things harder than it needs to be. Please, I beg of you. Please, kind sir. Please, sir, I want some schematics. May I have some schematics? Just a crumb of documentation. Please, sir, I'd like some schematics. Output, input. Cute. That can go away there, that can go there. Nice. So from here, I should be able to remove that. Come on. Oh my god. You mofo. Stay. Yeah. Had one of my regular guys bring in a stack of vintage equipment in like not great condition. That he wants to consign, so I'll have to do a lot of work on that. That'll all be on stream and that. Some really cool synth stuff in there too. So he's got a Roland GR500. So the GR500 was Roland's first, you know, guitar synth. Absolutely wild. So the guitar itself was made by Fujigen, which is really quite nice. And then the rest of it was made by Roland, and it is so over the top. It's insane. I might show it after I disassemble this. Lou, hello, welcome. That looks even crappier than the Champ 12 reverb tank. It's probably the same thing. They're just a free-floating tank made by one of the companies. I can't remember who, but they're just a little short two-spring one that goes in there. They sound chintzy and terrible. I don't like them. But some people are insistent on having spring reverb, so you get the subpar spring reverb. I'd rather a basic, cheap, like DSP-based reverb. Even the stock algorithms and like a Spin FV1 worked well. Fripp played everything. Fripp's a weird dude. Kind of cool, but weird. But Yeah, it was a crazy thing back in those days because these were the first ones that had, like, where Roland had the idea for the hexaphonic pickup system. So each string had its own pickup underneath it that detected the pitch and the whether it was on or not, which is kind of a smart way of doing it. And that's how we end up with the modern Roland GK series pickup. And this was the first guitar that they did it on. But the cable on it, for example, is a mammoth thing. So the cable on it is an industrial type one that is a 24-pin jobby, and the connectors are old industrial type stuff, and you can't get it. Nightmare everything. Okay. Them's aren't some happy looking solder joints, that's for sure. Just unfortunate. Let's reflow some of them. 330 at 35, that's for the low voltage supply. Oh, a person. Person has walked in. Imagine that. Oh, God, there's silicon on one of the quick connects there.
Hello.
Afternoon.
The drumsticks.
Yeah, it's there in the cabinet there. Was there a particular size you're after?
Just some
Too far. Back this way.
I'm blind, sorry. Just some 5As, that's it, wood tips. I'm not fussed about material though.
Yeah, cool. So as far as 5As in a similar type thing, it's 5B, it's 5B, 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 2B, 7B, 5B, 7A, 5A. You might be out of luck, actually. Got 5B. Because yeah, I'm waiting on some stock and that to arrive. I got 5Bs. I got power 5As with a nylon tip, but wood tip. It looks like I'm currently. Oh, there we go. 5As. There we go.
Like the only music place that's open on the weekend.
Yep.
Every single other place closed. Like, it was insane.
It's because I'm the only person mad enough to work on a Sunday.
Well, it's just like a long lost business, honestly.
Well, yes and no, because the thing is, as well as for staff to work on a Sunday, you've got to pay a much higher rate, which I'm all for. But as a small business, and with most people not spending a huge amount of money, it doesn't make a lot of sense for a lot of other places to be open. It's not like anyone's walking in and dropping $3,000 on a guitar today.
No, unfortunately not.
There you go. There's yours.
At least you've got the monopoly on the weekend market.
Yeah. Hopefully, more people know that we're here and buy more stuff.
Yeah, no, thank you for that.
You do. Whew, and I have returned. There we go. Like the old Hammond GSR Innovex, only 7 pins. Yeah, Paul Rivera designed really good stuff. It was cool. Actually, one thing I do want to do is I watched a because he's got like a podcast or something with his son that he does, and in that he actually did a episode in that, and in it was one of the a Fender prototype that people know exists, but nobody's really seen. And it was one that he designed, and it was the rack mount preamp and power amp, the RGP1. And I want to go have a chat with him one day and take a look at it and see what it sounds like. I want to take a look inside that, because people would be interested about that. Mainly people who like Fender stuff and weird things and that, and want something that's kind of like interesting. There's a lot of these like cool, like prototypes and one-offs and things that never made it to market, or things that were there that we live in a world now where you've got online, you've got YouTube, you've got all that. We can document more of this, we can show it, and it's super cool. I love it. Okay, let's get some of these capolas out. Okay. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Yeah, I actually had a Rivera, a couple of them over the years, and the one that I had was one of the rarest ones that they ever made, which was a Rivera Bonehead. So that was a Steve Lucas signature, that apparently there was a big kerfuffle over the licensing and various other things, and Steve and Paul had a big falling out or something like that, and so the contract was cancelled, so they only made about 85 of these heads and cabinet sets, apparently. I ended up with one of them. Probably the most famous use of that amp was Korn's Followed Leader and Issues albums. It wasn't the sound of a Mesa rectifier, that was a Rivera Bonehead. 3-channel. Each channel also had a Ninja Boost switch as well. And you could also buy, with that amp, the 412, but you could also get an active subwoofer that went underneath the 412 to give that extra fat low end that was just the thing in the late 90s, early 2000s. And yeah. All right. So. Okay. 27. Let's see. What have I got in my parts? Straws. Okay, diodes. No, I want other things. There we go. All right. 47 to 500. 47, no? So that's a 47 there. Nice. 47 times 2 of thems. I wanted 22 as well. There we go. 22. A sub out, yeah. It gives you the fully sick bass, bro. Only Aussies will know what that's all about. 22, and then I want 350. 350. 100 at 350, okay. Okay, 100 at 400. That's going to be too big for that footprint, is it? Oh no, they've left a lot of room on that, kinda. Let's see. Dr. Gearsick speaking. We don't sell Boss products, sorry. Bye now. No, I don't sell Boss products because it's a Sunday afternoon. What kind of point would there be in selling a $79 Boss pedal of which I could make $9 on? No point. Not anymore, thank you. Over it, done, goodbye. No, that's not enough, that's not it. 220, no. No. Itchy nose. I got like caps and parts and components everywhere because I'm an idiot. It's what I do, you know. 20 to 150? No. Okay, where's my box of capacitors? Capacitors. Nope. 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 Where'd I put them? Ah, there we go. Capacitors should be in here. Now, I'm pretty sure I have some, was it 100, 350? 100, 350, yeah. Because they were also used in some Marshalls, if I remember correctly, that I've done before. Potentially. Nope. Here. What are these? 400 volts, 220. I mean, I always just bump it up to 220. No. What are these? 470 at 63. Nah. Come on. There you go. 400, 220. Yeah. Too chunky. Oh man. Seriously. How annoying. You're gonna make me order. Bugger. Oh wait. 120 at 400. Nah, not enough. It's not right. Afternoon. Something I can help you with? Yeah, not a problem. If you see anything you like the look of, you want to give it a try, let me know. I'll grab it down for you. Oh, yeah. I got. I've been wrestling with a teal stripe bandit, PV bandit with no markings on the board, backwards and forwards between the amp, schematic and layout. Makes you appreciate a well-marked board. Yeah. I mean, the teal stripe stuff's not too bad. At least PV give you a board layout for those old ones, so you can actually work on them or repair them with some ease. It's not like a Mesa where there is absolutely no support whatsoever for them, and it's just like, hey, here you go, good luck. Now go away, don't ask us any questions. Nope. We got here those. 22,450. Nope. 20, nope. 100 microfarad. That might do. So I got like 100 microfarad at 400 volts, but unfortunately, they don't fit the footprint, which is a bugger. I'm going to have to order some, aren't I? Wait, what? Really? So they actually have like the footprint on that side, on that one there, for snap-in, but the other one isn't. Mesa just print bad jokes and put lines under their components. Oh, they're putting lines under something, that's for sure. Alrighty. Okay. Alright. Well, hold that thought. I shall be back in a moment. I'm going to help this gentleman. So, the JC120 or the Warp T?
Oh, both of them. I haven't seen a Warp T in ages.
Honestly, one of the most underrated amps, in my opinion. They're literally just a Bogner Uberschall, but made in Germany.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember them being pretty fucking alright.
Yeah. Very, very early 2000s with the absolute terrible naming on the bloody switches and that, but...
Yeah.
It was the early 2000s. Everything was edgy. Lube and sub and... Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah, nice. I brought stuff to you, ages ago when you were in, like, Campbelltown, I think. Like, 10 years ago.
Yeah, about 5 years ago was when I opened the shop originally.
Oh, yeah? I think I just went to your house.
Oh, yeah, that was even before then. That would have been about 7 years ago, yeah.
Yeah. That's long ago.
Yeah, no.
The spot you got as well, opposite the Enmore, that had helped.
It did up until a couple of months ago, but then, like, everyone got hit massively by interest rate rises, and so now everyone's afraid to buy anything, but everyone's trading stuff in, and everyone's, like, bringing stuff in for repairs, so...
Yeah. At least the repair market's going good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, cool. Well done. Cheers.
He's done.
Thanks heaps.
And I hath returned. That's about the extent of all the customer interactions I have these days. Not a huge amount going on. Nobody spending no money. Let's get us some components out of. There we go. You gonna come? So that one's fine. I have to heat that up a bit, just make it a bit easier. Just knocking everything over as I do. How annoying. Yes. Whatever, I don't care. A little bit more. A little bit of solder. Yeah, Mesa are a, yeah. We all know what techs like myself think about them. And then we make the posts out online and all the fanboys get really, really mad and really, really butthurt. But you know you've really messed up when, like, you know, people like myself agree with someone like the guitarologist on something, it's like, oh, I feel kind of dirty just thinking about that. Come on. Come on, you. Damn thing. Come on. Oh god, this is gooped to all hell. Yeah. Ow. The thing I don't understand, they don't realize when you gotta like remove boards that are covered in goop, the underside of these boards are sharp. They hurt. A lot. It's unpleasant. I like that. Just really making sure you know that that is the positive side. Zoom right in there. On. Look at that. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 positive signs. Yeah, Gibson are a bit of a punchline. The worst part is that they've never actually really been good, right? The original guitars, designed by Orville Gibson, yeah, they were fine, they were cool. They were interesting, different. Lloyd Law came along when the company became more corporate and, you know, Gibson was pushed out. He designed some cool stuff, but they were still like, you know, they were still designing things and creating like a company for it, but with more of the corporate leanings into it, they were still very much a corporate company. So they were still trying to like make a product that would sell, that they could make money out of. And they wanted to aim at like the, you know, the big expensive jazz players of the day and those kinds of people. So, you know, they were punking out products that were kind of okay, but it's not like they were all like up to the same standards what you find of like today's modern kind of instruments, or even stuff like, for example, by D'Angelico and DeKisto back in those days. You know, you had similar players that were doing stuff that was handmade, that was like carved, that were like pieces of art that were built to just the absolute finest degree. Yeah, Gibson like lucked out with rock and roll, but they didn't at the same time, right? So, for example, a lot of people think the Les Paul is the iconic guitar of rock and roll, and it wasn't. Not until the 60s, right? Name a rock and roll player of that era, from the 50s, the rockabilly guys and all the rest of that, who actually played a Les Paul. You're not going to find many, if any. What you'll find, though, is a bunch of, like, jazz guys and, like, maybe some country guys, or just, you know, random people. They weren't huge, right? That's why they were a flop. That's why they didn't make many. They weren't cheap, and they kind of sold poorly, so they were discontinued. They sold so poorly, and they were considered so old-fashioned by, like, 1960 when they were discontinued, that some of the stock that did make its way, like, over across the pond to the UK sat in music shops for years. And you had, like, you had guys like, you know, Eric Clapton and similar, who were working musicians who wanted stuff that they could play and all the rest of that. England at the time had massive import tariffs like Australia did on stuff. So, you know, getting any of those really nice, really expensive, fancy, like, you know, Fender instruments that were so cutting edge, the Stratocaster with that tremolo, you couldn't. But, you know, Gibson, a brand new SG, was such an expensive thing. What you could get, though, is there was like some of those old Les Pauls that nobody wanted, that were old-fashioned, but it didn't matter. It had the Gibson on the headstock, so you could buy them for an okay price. So these guys were buying them in comparative at the same price point compared to the British-made guitars at the time that were terrible, or any other things. They were much cheaper than equivalent Stratocaster or something that was out at that point. So these guys were buying like new old stock Les Pauls from the from places like Denmark Street Guitars and whatnot, that were, you know, they were cheap. So they were cheap, okay instruments that they played. They didn't buy them because they, like, saw other players using them. They saw Gibson. They knew a lot of the blues and rock players were playing them, but they were playing, like, Scotty Moore with the ES-295. You had guys like B.B. King were playing the ES-335, 355. Not many people were playing the Les Paul. That wasn't it. So they started buying them, and then these rock stars and that started using the Les Paul, like Rolling Stones and Jimmy Page from Led Zepp. Of course, George from the Beatles. So that's what kind of kicked Gibson into re-establishing them. But they brought in the Les Paul Deluxe and all the rest of that with the P90 route, and they put the humbuckers in there because they didn't want to retool and start like redoing those guitars with the humbucking routes like they did back then, because I think there was something to do with the patterns that they had. They weren't quite right, so they couldn't really do them. So they started doing it that way, and then in the 70s they were selling them, obviously, Chicago Musical Instruments, and then the other ones, Norland bought into them, and then the quality went down from there, as we all know. So Gibson kind of picked it up and got big from that point. And then by the 80s, they were once again considered old hat, and any innovation they had was terrible. Like, you look at Gibson guitars from the late 70s and the early 80s and that, and they were horrid. They weren't on the same sort of level as what other companies were doing. They were getting absolutely eaten. Gibson were on the point of bankruptcy in the mid 80s. They had no one was buying them. All of their designs were terrible and copies of other things, like the Gibson M3, the Corvus, like the can opener, that stupid square bass thing that they had that was designed by Ned Steinberger. That was awful. The Victory bass, that was kind of cool, but they also had that quality reputation. Nobody wanted them. So along came this, album, Appetite for Destruction, the dirty, sleazy rock and roll type thing, and Slash had that copy of a Les Paul, Luthier built. It was like all the old original ones and that. And then suddenly everyone wanted a Les Paul again. And then they could rest on their laurels and go back to just, redoing the same thing hundreds of times over so the business suit bluesmen could buy them. And it was around this time as well that sort of second wave came along, that the massive increase in the value of used and vintage instruments started going up. As speculators and investors entered the market, the big rock stars had their guitars and they were doing that, but even in the 80s, they'd stopped playing those guitars. Mark Knopfler was playing a Sir by the 90s. Eric Clapton was playing his modern Strats with lace sensors on there. There wasn't anyone who was playing those vintage instruments. In the 80s, people were doing weird things. They were experimenting. They weren't going back. The Rolling Stones in the 70s were using Mesa Mark series and Ampeg guitars and various other things, But, they started going back and realizing, these instruments are going up in value. I've got some here. Let's try and, bring them back and make some money. And, people wanted to make money out of it. Okay, cool, go for it. It wasn't a case of they were just such phenomenal instruments and they were always great. You could still, if you look in the Blue Book, pick up a copy of the Blue Book from the 90s. 59 Les Paul was, less than a $20,000 guitar back then. They were worth nothing. You could buy them for almost nothing. People didn't want them. Even then, they were people wanted them because they wanted to look like Jimmy Page or whatever, but people were also happy buying the new ones because the new reissues, they weren't bad instruments. They weren't phenomenal, but they were there. I traded my 81 Gold Top for a Roland SE1000. Ooh, yeah. That's a, wait, SE1000, which one was that again? Where is it? Oh, the SDE 1000, right, the rack mount delay. Yeah, but hey, you know what? Some of those things have gone back up in value as well. Like some of those old rack mount delays and similar things that the tech guys, they'd go old hat and then they wouldn't be worth anything and then they'd come back in because someone's discovered that they sound kind of okay. I still can't believe that in the year of our Lord, 2024, the people are paying $10,000 for a Lexicon 480. Dude, we have more processing power in a phone now. You can get those algorithms and run them through modern DSP and it's going to sound and do the same. Yeah. Yeah, it's like people who were throwing away some stuff at the time and getting rid of things DX1s that were just DX7s that were thrown in the bin that they're still kind of cheap now, but Jupiter 8s, nobody wanted them. You could pick them up for $500 in the late 90s, TR-808s, stuff like that. You know, all that is just worth nothing. Mini Moogs, no one wanted a mono synth. Pfft, no, I want poly, I want digital, I want that. It's just the way things go. Lexicon MX400 sounds good enough for me. Yeah, I've got a PCM 70 that the customer wants repaired here. You know, they're worth like a fair bit of money now, even though there are so many other things now that have the same algorithms in there that sound better. But he wants that sound because he wants that big, massive 80s cock rock rig happening. Who am I to deny him if he's paying me? Obviously, I'll only do that up to a certain point. There are some times when it's just like, sorry, dude, that's not a good idea. You don't want to do that. Alrighty. That there. Log that in a bit. I've never really been one to sort of like chase things that I like whatever. I'll use whatever and I'll just have it, own it, and do it, whatever. I've never been one to kind of like trade out stuff for, oh, I need the newest, latest thing, I need this version. And it's like, does it sound good? Cool. You know, I was content with what I had for my rig for years, and I've only switched over to digital now in the last couple of years because I wanted something easier I could carry around. That's all. And I could get the sounds that I wanted, do cool things there. I don't feel the need to constantly chase out for a new pedal, a new tone, a new this, a new that. You know, even for like studio stuff or synth stuff. I don't need 500 things. And my studio I had was pretty sort of simple in how it operated. I had a a pair of decent quality Neves for the preamps, 1084s. Had a pair of ELA decks distressors. Had a couple of other nice pre's, a couple of other nice compressors, and some EQs and that. Simple. I worked within what I had, and then the rest of it was plugins. You know. I didn't need 500, things I'm constantly changing out and going for the latest thing, and I need like five different versions of like an LA2A. Nah, just one will do. That's it. Exactly. Less knobs, more playing. Stop being a knob and play. You know, it's a bit different when you hear about stories like, the guitar heroes and all the rest of that, and guys like Eddie Van Halen doing what they did. There was nothing available then. Of course they're going to try new things. New stuff was always happening because they were inventing things. Les Paul, same deal. He was inventing, he was creating because it didn't exist. We live in a world now where we have so many amazing bits of kit and so much we can do, and there's choice paralysis. I kind of like it when some people come in and they want to like buy stuff that's more restraining, because then they can just focus on what's there and do, you know what, I'm gonna play and do with it what I can, right? I'm not gonna try and chase the next big thing and make it that. It's like, no, I'm going to use what I've got here, and if it doesn't do what I need in any way, shape, or form, I'll add a little bit to it. That's it. It's like people who buy like a new custom guitar version of another Strat or whatever else by some small random luthier. Again, why? Just buy any of them. They all sound fine. Does it play okay? Cool. It's not like the average person on the other side's going to notice a difference. Play your music. Do your thing. Songwriting. Nobody sits there and goes, you know what? I can't enjoy this record because it sounds ever so slightly this way or that. Oh, the guitar needs to be a little bit more this way. No, they sit back and go, man, that's a bitchin' song. Let the engineer do their thing, and then go out and see them live and capture that energy. Support your live music scene. It's like, especially in the metal community. I'm a metal player primarily. That's my big thing, right? And seeing all these guys getting like, these custom guitars and this thing and that thing and Evertunes and this, that, and the other, it's like, just play. That's it. Shut up and play. Oh, customers. Afternoon.
Hey, g'day.
How can I help you there?
We're looking for the longest instrument cable you have.
20 foot. That's all I got at the moment.
20 foot?
So 6 meters.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, most people these days, if they're going for anything longer than that, are usually going for a wireless system.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I did manage to rig together. 8-inch ones that seem like similar.
Yeah.
If there was a longer one, that would be good. 6 meters. A lot longer than I've got.
Yeah, I think that
With
was
the other two cables, so I kind of feel it's going to be cut.
yeah.
While you're having to think about that, how can I help you there?
Oh, yeah. Can I get a guitar cable, please?
Potentially, I'll just say I'm actually running very, very short on them at the moment.
Yeah, those two waves
Right, what have we got? Yeah, that's actually, I've got like next to nothing at the moment. Yeah. So I got something like this here, which is like a 10-foot cable, sort of good quality one. That one will last you sort of like a number of years. So something like that, you're looking at about $57.
Okay.
Yeah, for most home players, and that it's plenty. It's basically the width of the shop. If you need anything longer, you're probably up on stage, and even then, most stages are tiny, so you're right next to the amp.
He's not there yet.
One day.
In fact, we don't want him tripping over, me tripping over it.
Good plan. There we go, just on the left-hand side of the terminal when it wakes up.
Do you fix drums?
Some repairs. What do you need fixed?
African drum.
What type of repair?
New skin.
Yeah, we do all that.
How much do you charge?
Subject to how much work needs to go into it.
The whole thing is loose, basically.
Yeah. Is it a one that needs to be like strung up? Is it like a strung type one, or is it like a metal hoop?
It's got a metal hoop.
Okay, yeah. Metal hoop ones usually takes about an hour or two, so you're looking at about 120 to 240 in labour plus the cost of the head. Depends on if it's synthetic or if it's proper like hide one.
Yeah, well, it is a hide one. Yeah, so it depends on what we replace it with. Probably a hide one.
Yeah, if it's already got a hide one on there, then you replace with a hide. You know, a lot of African percussion, you know, it's pretty simple to manufacture and get it half decent, but getting a good quality head on there and fitting it, make sure the bearing edges are all good, that's kind of where the time comes in, because to fit the head
So
on
it's
there,
still between 120 and 140?
120 and 240.
Oh,
In labour.
somewhere between
Yeah.
120 to 240.
Yeah,
okay.
because with hide heads and all the rest of that, unless it's like a synthetic one or a pre-cut, pre-made one, you got to soak them,
So it's
fit them, do them, put them in, and
Closer to the 200.
potentially depends on how easy it is. Some of them I have to fight to get them out, and I got to cut the hoop out and the ring out. It's one of those ones I wouldn't know until it's in front of me.
Do you buy them?
No,
Damn it.
I sell them, but unfortunately stuff like that we don't purchase, or even with a lot of those ones, unless they're in really good condition, we do some consignment on them, but generally not.
Yeah, no.
Okay,
Easy.
good
Okay.
to know.
Yeah, thank you.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Cheers.
All right, and I have returned once again. Gotta admit, it's a trip eavesdropping halfway across the world. Yes, it is. You know, it's the excitement of what's there. I got to figure out where the actual mute button on this thing is and put a thing on there. Yeah, now that I've done that 100 times over, I'm getting better at knowing where the gold is. Yeah, the joys of retail indeed. Yeah, it kind of does, unfortunately. Not much can be done about that, though. You know, we just got to kind of plug it along. But yeah, I've got basically no I've got no cables in stock because Star Trek lost my shipment, and I've been trying to sort out and deal with them. So I'm just gonna have to place another order to get a stack in. Because I ain't got nothing. Not that many people are walking in and buying them, but yeah, I've got 2 cables left. That's it. Can I get a 50-meter instrument cable? No. For many reasons. Yeah. It's certainly a thing. It's like if you're going past 20 foot, then you're on a big enough stage that you're gonna have a stage box and a buffer in front of you, or you're gonna have like a wireless kit. Wireless kits are cheap. Buy a wireless kit. There you go. Oh, yeah. My tone is too bright. Then turn the tone control down. Okay, so I got those out there. I'll have to order these caps, but I'll remove them first and find out exactly what the dimensions are. My amp's too loud. My feet hurt and I'm tired. Come on. Come on, you. Ah! You mofo. Come on. There we go. That one and that one, and then this one here. There we go. And there, come on. That's funny, I was in one of the Facebook groups the other day that I moderate. And yeah, I do the modding and that there. And I made a post up because there was a post I saw that was quite classic. Brad will know this post as well. I stole it and did the thing and that, but it was an amp that someone had, instead of like pulling the board out and doing all the rest of that to replace a pot in it, they like cut the front of the panel out and put it on there. And like, right. So I shared it up onto the group and that, and there was this some dude who was on there who was like, well, that's a smart way of doing it, because like when these like pots and they're like attached to things and they're like attached to boards and you can't remove them and that, you know, this is a good way of doing it. I'm like, what are you on about, dude? Oh, you know, they're like impossible to remove from like the boards and stuff, and you got to like pull the chassis out. And that's like, yes, let me introduce you to a thing called a screwdriver. That will help. Oh, you mean you can do it? Like, how many combo amps you work on? Dude, I have half a dozen just here in my thing. That was like, dude, they're easy. Just because you don't know what you're doing doesn't mean that the job is difficult. I don't know how to surf. Doesn't mean that surfing is hard. It means I don't have the skills I haven't developed yet. So, if I learn them, then it's pretty easy. But on the grand scheme of things, removing a pot from like a PCB or something like that, easy. No, you don't need to be in any of these groups. You don't get them, okay? You don't understand them, and you can't deal with the hate. But if you must know, it's a group called Musical Instruments Racked with Dread. It's basically a group where we share images of instruments and musical equipment that is just, you look at it and you just go, why? Really bad, like, poorly done mods and repairs and damaged instruments and things that have been on fire. For example, that like some of the amps that we see in the group you and I are in, Brad, where we've got like some of the instruments coming in, you're just like, how is that done? Why? Or like, what's with all that snot? That's an instrument that's racked with dread. But yeah, it's good. It's hilarious. It's funny. Okie dokie. That is really annoying. Like, seriously. So that's the positive going up. Wait. So that's a positive in the positive. Hold up. Hold up. How is that? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I know that. So it's going up there and there. They're in parallel. Why are they in parallel? What are they in parallel for? Huh? Wait a minute. Oh yeah, it's counterproductive to my relaxation, whereas I enjoy it. I like getting in arguments with idiots. It makes me, like, slightly less self-doubting, you know? Wait a minute. Where's that thing? So that's a T40 board. Wait a minute. How is that connecting there? So that's ground. That's going to ground. Why is that in parallel with that? Afternoon.
Hi.
Not bad. Something I can help you with?
Just browsing.
Yeah, not a problem. If there's anything you like the look of, you want to give it a try, let me know. I'll grab it down for you. Alright, so one of the bonuses about having this light up here is I can look through PCBs and see what the hell they're doing. Okay, so that's that there. That's a positive, that's going to ground, and that's also going to ground. So they're in parallel. Okay. And it's going up there to that, to the Wait, jack? That's ground, yeah. Okay, so positive's going up to there, going up to there, going down to that there. What the hell? Need more coffee, yes. More coffee is a good idea. Wait a minute. So that's 100 at 350 in parallel. So they're not stacked? Wait, what? Wait a minute. That makes no sense at all. Unless I'm being an idiot. Okay, so that's ground there. C5 and C5A. Okay. Lime and jalapeno soda. Whoa, that's a thing. See, I like having something spicy, like a burrito or something, and then having coffee afterwards, because chili and coffee, mwah, beautiful. Lime and jalapeno soda. Odd. Although, interesting fact, for those who don't know, Schweppes Dry Ginger Ale contains chili. That's what gives it part of its dry flavour. It's nice. I quite like it. I can drink it. Oh, I can drink a lot of it. Alright, so that's ground there. Ground there, which is going up to there. Just going up to that, yep. Okay, so ground and ground is connected on that. And that's positive. Just going over to that. So literally, they're just in parallel. Okay, so if they're in parallel, then I could just put a 220 there. Okay. Right on. Do I have 220? 100. That's for 220. Big chunky ones. I know I have some 220s, I just hadn't looked at them before. Chili and tequila. Match made in heaven. Hells yeah. I do like me some chili. 330 at 400. Nope. Okay, the big chunky ones. What's that? 100 at 500. That's a bit much. That's a bit much indeed. Okay, so I can go in here then. That's a 220 at 450. That is mammoth sized. These ones? 400 at 220, yeah. Let's see if that works. Stay. I love some people's approach to problem solving. Yeah, sometimes it can be interesting. Other times, not so much. So they're at 350, but the others were all at 450. I get it. They would normally be tied, because that's ground, that's positive. Positive's going up to positive, ground's going to ground. It makes no sense. Let me check this documentation. Go away. Connect there. There we go. Schematics. It's almost lunchtime. H for Hiwatt. Doopy-doopy-doo. H Hiwatt. There we go. Sweet. Well, the thing to get is that you've got the 2350s. They're like 2350s. Normally you'd get 2350s and 100 stacked on top for like 47 at like 700 volt rating. These are like the first node. That's what's weird, right? Or at least it appears that way, right? Unless... No, that's not the bias supply, is it? No, it wouldn't be the bias supply. That'd be stupid if it was. What are we connecting to? Okay, so we're going up to lower. Just going down to there, going up across to there, so... Yeah, high voltage plus. God damn. Okay, so that's HT. Just going to that there, just going to that there, which is going to this section here. So unless this amp is running like 350 volts, it's yeah. That is okay, I'm gonna get pen and paper. I'm going to trace this because I'm going to torture myself because I need to find out what the hell's going on here and whether I'm just being a derp right now. Makes no sense at all. None. Zero. Zilch. Nada. Bupkis. Okay. Alright, so pin 1 is going in via this lead, and that's pin 2. So one of those is going to go to ground, I would assume. Probably just parts availability then. I mean, 350 volts, a bit on the low side for one of these. You know, I mean, yeah, EL84s, you don't want to run them up to 400 volts, but still. Okay, so that's going there. So that is the ground connection on that side. All right. So that's ground there. Which is those ones coming up from there. So pin 1 is leading to ground. Ground there. Yep. Ground, ground, ground. Hot liquids are so good. Yes, that they can be. Thank you. How do I know what the plate voltage is, though? I don't. Didn't work when it came in. But even then, I mean, how many like EL34 based amps, or sorry, EL84 based amps have you seen that come in with like 350 volt rated caps? Usually not. Usually they go on for something a bit on the higher side. You know, most everything they use 500 or 450 just because it's like more available. You know, especially because like all the other caps in the circuit are all like 450. 450, 450. 22. Okay, yeah, so 40, so 100 and 100 in parallel for 220. All right. So they're getting 200 microfarads out of it. For my peace of mind, that's 350. I'm going to put in a 220 at 400. There we go. Let's just do it that way. Because I got some good quality caps, may as well use them. Nope. There you go. Yeah, could be, but since when has anyone ever run EL84s in a modern amp at like 280 volts? We all know that never happens. Never. They want to torture the poor things. They want to destroy them. Oh, more people. Anyone going to buy anything? Let's see. A little bit more there, and then I can empty that out. Afternoon.
Hey mate, how are you?
Not bad. What can I do you for?
I was wondering if you had any pedal trains?
Nope.
Okay, that's alright. Thank you very much. I might have a look at what pedals we got.
Yeah, no problem. Again with itchy nose. Okay, ground can go there, and ground can go there. Here we go, come on. There we go. Nice. Thank you. There we go. Big chunky boy. 220 and 400. Do I have any pedal parts? No, pedal trains, pedal boards. No, I don't have anything like that. Go to one of the big guys or go online and buy it there. This is why I've kind of like just given up on doing the whole new thing here in the store, because like when people come in and they ask questions for things, it's like, no, I don't have that, and I don't have the ability to have an amount of stock with which to be able to field those kinds of questions. Online, sure, I can like ship stuff from suppliers easily enough, but in store, nah, not gonna happen. Speaking of like, you know, pedal parts and things and stuff like that, I didn't realize this, but Port Mac Guitars shut their shop last year. Like they went from being the largest Ibanez dealer in the country and having like, you know, custom shop Fenders and Gibsons and all the rest of that there to now just being a repairer. That's it. Shut all the retail side, just went to being a repairer. But then again, he's also kind of golden in that he went and bought a Plek machine years ago. Was one of the first people to have one here. And so places like Guitar Factory and that actually send them out to him now for that. So he's got like an agreement with them. They take their cut and all that. I need to get a Plek machine. I can make money. Jim, how's it going? How do you know when using the standby switch is necessary or not? Easy. Don't bother. Just turn it on. Standby switch, most of them are implemented shit. Some of them you don't need it, and some of it can be detrimental to the amp. Lyle and Brad have more succinct videos on that kind of topic. You know, you wanna like, you know, put it on the standby and that, turn the volume down for a sec. There you go, problem solved. Wow. There we go. Okay, so we got that. Them's be all good. I'm gonna remove those heat damaged jobbies. Because yeah, they're not great. They ain't great at all. Hi. Hi. Oh yeah, oh, my back. My poor back. There we go. Alright, so this one I'm going to use a solder sucker to try and save a little bit of my filter material, because that is expensive, that stuff. Damn it. Come on. Alrighty. Yeah, depends on how they've implemented the switch. So many of them have either copied really bad designs for it, or they've put their own in that are stupid. And then other amps are just, you know, it's got a tube rectifier in it. You don't really need a standby switch, because you turn it on, the rectifier, when it warms up, will start allowing current to go in as it needs be. You know, if you're running an amp that's completely like on its limit and all the rest of that, and the standby switch, yeah. But sometimes like they put it in the wrong point. So if you put it like before the reservoir caps and that, you turn the amp on, and then you turn the tubes heat up, and then you flick the switch over, and then bam, inrush current and stuff goes bye now. Mesa amps, just quality stuff all around. In the bin. Alright. Well, that'll do it. God damn. Okay, so that might explain partly why this amp wasn't working. Apparently there's a thingy. Yep. That is true. Alright, I'm gonna use some what's in this one. Where's my thing? Where is it? There it is. Aha. No, go in there, go in there. So yes, how many of you guys actually checked out the long interview that I did with the gentleman from Sun. I found it interesting having a chat with them. Cool dudes. Really switched on, and they have like a real sort of genuine kind of passion for doing things right by the brand, it appears. It's good stuff. I got the second Mesa built. Hope Mesa's name is still good when I go to sell it. Do you mean like as in the second like amp with Mesa's name on it? So like the pre-Mark 1 series? Because they did the rack mount amps or something as well that were before the Mesa Mark series amp. Yeah. Some of those old Mesas were interesting. Others, yeah, kind of like the early GK amps as well. You know, like those early solid state ones are like Santana and that used at Woodstock. Seriously, this is just sucking everything up, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. The early ones before the Mark series combos. Yeah. Mesa's name was never and will never be good, unfortunately. Yeah. Pretty crap. No vac trolls. It has like a bunch of knobs up front for like different gain pots on different stages, if I remember correctly. They were kind of wild. I still find it funny that they jumped in too early into like the ridiculous audiophile market with their Tigris and Baron amps or whatever they are called. You know, expensive over the top bloody hi-fi amps that were literally just the output stage of like a Coliseum amp. They weren't even like proper like hi-fi amps. They're hilarious. Ah, you mofo, come on. Come on, do it. Let me do the thing, come on. Don't make me pull the low melt solder out, would you? So much thermal mass. There we go. Damn thing. Even my 76 Mark 1 has too many jacks and knobs. The thing is though, right, they were an okay sounding amp. You know, they were kind of cool. Like the Mark 2s as well. Good clean tone to them. You just have to kind of know how to dial them in and all that jazz, but you know, they were definitely not designed by an engineer who knew a lot of what he was doing. A lot of those amps weren't. Come on. There we go. Stupid thing. All right. So now, should be able to just clear that out. We're golden. So much solder. There we go. Get rid of all the old lead-free stuff first. I'm making a 40-watt amp with gain, tone, master, series effects loop, and nothing else. Yeah. See, that's a bit too simple for me. I like channels. I like switching. I like having a full EQ. I like having some switches and tweaks and stuff because I have so many guitars. You know, I like to switch them in, and sometimes a certain frequency doesn't sit quite so well with one guitar and that. So Wish I was in Australia. Go to see Play Live. Thank you. Hopefully, you know, if I continue growing this channel enough and get enough sort of notoriety on there, then I can also use it to make some more music too. Get a band together and go do a tour. Go hit the States up. Hit the States, hit Europe, hit Japan. Make a bit of money that way. Not a huge amount, but, you know, some. It's kind of like how guys like Ryan Bruce, you know, the Fluff guy, Rob Scallon and various others, how they've kind of done that with, you know, leveraging modern social media and YouTube and that for music. Ugh. I actually had Matt swing by last night, my old apprentice, because he was heading down to the Enmore to go watch the Butterfly Effect play live. Good old classic band playing live down here again. It was like a last minute thing. Apparently he got tickets. I was like, oh yeah, sweet. Come on. There we go. Nice. Excellent. Alright. So that should be a little bit nicer now for the whole thing. Pump bottle, brush. Come on. Oi. There we go. Bloody thing. It's all the Salinas. Nice. Squish, squish, squish. Ah, the sweet smell of isopropyl. Enough to make your head spin. And how are we looking there? Yeah. Good enough for Australia. Ah, that may be why that's not working properly. So this jack has been smashed, it looks like. Has it? No, it's just tilted. Weird. That snapped off. Oh, so it has. There we go. Right on. So that's the speaker jack. That'd be why it's not going. Cool. So that would also explain why I had no output as well. Might be able to zoom in and see it, maybe. Let's take a look, huh? Keep going. Keep going. Look at that. Right in there. So we look inside of the jack there, right? That's the speaker jack down here. And it was actually tilted back. I wasn't making connection right, but if we look right there, you can see there's actually a gap. Come on, focus. Focus. There we go. See that little gap there? That leg's broken off. No leg, no dice. Eva, how about some cookies? No dice. This ain't over. But that's a real pain in the ass, because these ones have the cliff style jacks, but they're stood off the board. Huh. And he got dropped off 15 repairs today. Lucky bastard. I wish I got 15 repairs got dropped off. Might make some money. Yeah, he does some good amps, he does. Solid stuff. I have seen a couple of them over the years, mainly like played them. They're good. Yeah, I'll check the output transformer. Because yeah, it's going through to that, going through to that. Because that's the tip there, and that was the bridging. That's the bridge to ground connection, so might not be too crazy. But then again, so even if that was plugged in, that would have still been making contact with ground, right? So it would have shorted it to ground. So it wouldn't have been open circuit, would have been short circuit. Because yeah, I actually had to tilt that jack back up but you can see that the jack is still making contact with that. So when a jack would have been in there, probably would have still been short-circuited. Doo-doo-doo. Come on. Well, you said come on. Yeah, that'd do it. That's 2 legs off of these bloody quick connect tabs now. I've pulled. Come on. There we go. Yeah. Well, it's the shorting side, but what's happening, and the reason why it probably wouldn't have had any output, is it was still perpetually shorting to ground. So there's jack, right? You got it shorts at the ground when there's nothing plugged in. Half decent protection thing, but look at how far up that side is pushed compared to the other. So the jack was actually like tilted back like that. So when you'd put something in there, it was trying to lift that side up. That side's still normal, but this side isn't. So this was still keeping connection to ground. So that would explain why it wouldn't have had any output on that, combined with the bad sockets and bad tubes and stuff like that. That's all right. We'll fix it up. We'll make it a happy little chappy. Okay. So I got caps there. I got that there. That's fine. That's fine. All right. So we're gonna put a jack in there. So what are those switches then? That's the loop and that's the foot switch, isn't it? What have we got? Send return, line out. Yeah. Do I want to just steal the thing from the line out and just put another one in there? Because nobody ever uses a line out, do they? Because these jacks are annoying. Don't like them. Yeah, they look kind of crap anyway. I can't easily put a whatsy one in there either, because an open frame jack will definitely run the potential for issues. So I might just have to do a float one off the board. But it's right next to the high voltage. God damn it. God damn it. What have I got? What have I got that could potentially work? I don't want to have to order in another one. Because that'll work, but I've got to rift it off the board. That's a problem. Ow. Well done. Again. Let's try that again now. Stuck. Oh, God. Line outs are a hoax. Yeah, hoax. Yeah. See, the problem is that I pull the line out and then it's got a hole in the chassis, and the hole in the chassis happens to be right about where the high voltage is. There's B+. There's the speaker. There's the speaker line level. There's the other speaker level. So that's ground, is it? That's ground? Yeah. Ground, 8 ohm, B+. Why would you put B+ there? Why? That makes no sense. It's dumb. Why? Seriously, why? You could have put it like over here, like there. Not there, not in between jacks. It's dumb. So incredibly dumb. Right, Because I need those stupid high standing ones. Ugh. Yeah, I know. When you get them from C, it's annoying as hell. Bugger. Alright, I'm going to transfer that one to that side and then put something else in that socket. I'll probably just block the hole up on the chassis. Cover the hole up, should be right. Just put like a blank socket in there. Nobody's ever going to use the line out. Hey, mofo. Come on. Neil, how's it going? Just making this Hiwatt T40 in a good playable condition, some upgrades and that, so I can put it on the floor and sell it. And then I can just sit around waiting for a customer to turn up. No, come on you. There we go. Come on. There we go. Nice. Sweet. Alright. Transfer that jack over to the next socket this way. There we go. Now I can just put something in that socket there and blank it out on the chassis. That one and that one. That one, and then finally this one. Sweet. You and your storm fetishes. I don't like storms because they end up resulting in like flooding. My shit gets damaged. Oh man. Alright, that goes in the bin there. I have no idea when I'm gonna have lunch today. Oh wait, yes I do. I got lunch in the fridge. Duh. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. What's that? Now we good. Now we got 10 people who are currently watching. I got 7 likes. Might I be so bold as to ask you to hit the like button because I am an absolute a lover of the algorithm. I like to make sure that it is happy. All hail the algorithm. Because that's going to be the easiest way to make money. Money. Oh, please. We all know that you're like, you have schizoaffective disorder. You love the weather. Raging at KiCad. Oh, I know. But that's the thing, right? You can rage at KiCad, but you're raging at a free product. It's like, it loses steam very quick. It's like, I can't stay mad at you forever. Build the brand. Yes. I was actually speaking to one of my customers who brought in some more stuff for consignment and the likes, because he works in marketing and that, works for a lot of big firms and big companies, big expensive stuff, right? Multi-million-dollar contracts and stuff. And yeah, I was chatting to him about marketing and the business, and he was getting some free advice from me. I was getting some free advice for him, and chatting about that stuff. And much like he said, as part of the thing that at least I do well is is brand management. People know Dr. Gear, they know I am Dr. Gear, and stuff like this and the various things that will come up, and my particular personality, as more of it shines through in more videos and things, will hopefully mean more regular customers find me, because that's what I need. I need more regular customers coming in and checking stuff out and buying things and spending money and participating in the capitalist system that we all have to endure. There's a lot of flux on this board. I'll move a chunk of it, but a lot of it's already been here for ages. I'm not going to spend too long on it, as long as stuff that I did's gone. Footpad had different numbers to the schematic. Oh, I love that. Love that one. We're actually talking about today some other techs and myself and the likes. We're discussing the Marshall. Looks like they've finally discontinued the the JCM 2000 series boards. They've finally made the decision to stop doing it, which would be as a result of the new owners wanting to push people into buying new products, probably because, you know, Marshall, for all of their foibles and various other things, were at least good on that front, that they screwed up and they kind of tried to make it right once they were caught out. There we go. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Ugh. Old nasty flux and all that jazz. Ugh. Terrible. That's terrible, Muriel. Alright, let that dry there for a sec. So once I got that sorted, that should be able to go back in the cabinet, fire it up, check it, test it, and hopefully get some signal. I'll get rid of these crap tubes because they're junk. Those can go in the bin. What have I got in the cabinet? I should have some JJs, I think. Got a couple of sets of those. Do I? I hope I do. What have I got there? No? Ew. Oh. Oh. No way. Have I actually run out of EL84s? Huh. That's stupid of me, isn't it? No, there they are. Cool. Nice. Set of the JJs. Still waiting on the confirmation from guys we trust. It is, you know, we are still waiting on that. I'd hazard a guess that is probably the case, though. Had custom libraries on KiCad 6, but when I switched to 7, I got a bit lazy and used the default ones. Ooh, ouch. Ew. What am I working on? A Hiwatt T40 2x12 combo that was given to me by a customer because it wasn't working. Doing a recap on that, put some new tubes in there. Move this jack from there to there. I'll just put a blanking plate on that because this is the line out. Don't need it. And put it up for sale. CE has 25 DSL and 5 TSLs. I'd be more wondering what Alpha has because that's where I get mine. They're cheaper. You know, Alpha are good like that. Contact them, get that, buy my thing. I get my 5% settlement discount on it. Swings and roundabouts. Although I was actually speaking to Roland the other day, and you know, they're going to start recommending some work towards me, which is nice. None of the warranty work though, because they've got apparently 3 techs in Sydney already, but like one of them's not well, one of them is very long in the tooth, and yeah, so. It came from a dude on one of the hack forums, so don't give it too much weight yet. Yeah, I mean, look, normally I wouldn't, because normally it's like the one of our favourite sort of compatriots in the group that we're in, who likes to yell that everything's falling apart constantly, even worse than I do. I don't know, there was something about how it was written and the result and that and what they got. It sounds a lot more plausible than just, I heard from some dude at some place, and that it's, you know, they've asked the question. And it sounds and seems like they've moved to the point where once these are done, they're done. That's it type thing, you know? Yep, cool. And I mean, kind of understand it, you know, because these amps have been discontinued for like 15 years, right? The initial batches and the worst ones out of the lot that it happened to were almost 30 years ago now. Like, we're talking 97, 98, the first ones came out, and they were the ones that started having the major issues. Yeah. Looking sharp, indeed. I'll lay out a replacement PCB. I just need a weekend with nobody bothering me. Yeah, good luck with that. Charge $5.50 for all of them. Someone else will come out with them. It's the same as anything. It's like the Poly 6 they have in the background. Enough of them get destroyed, someone makes a new PCB. That's what you do. The Marshall ones, the big problem with those is that the components, with something like that, I'd probably knock it up in KiCad and then contact Electro or PCBWay or someone like that and just get them to pick, place, and assemble it and do QC. It's far simpler. Far simpler. Can probably make some mods for them and that. But I think we'll probably get to a point where people turn up with these amps and they'll be dead, and they'll just want to like either get rid of them and that, or someone will come up with like replacement drop-in kits that use the transformer and the chassis to make something better. Because the TSLs and the DSLs that era, while they didn't sound bad, they could have been better. I remember the TSL 100 was kind of like the butt of many a joke amongst us young musicians back when they kind of came out. Everyone wanted a Marshall, but they didn't like the TSLs and the DSLs. They sounded bleh. I've recorded with them enough times and gigged with them enough times over the years. I think they're okay, but, you know, could be better. Cool. All right, so we're good there. Hip, hip, tell you. Alright. Alright. Let's shrink that back a bit. There we go. There we go. Nice. Nice. Oh, I just realized I don't have a socket for the back, so I can't test it today. Oh, well. Whatever. I'll bolt it together and put it in the shelf and deal with it later. That could be a job for this week. Dooby-dooby-doo. Get in the hole. Nice. Okay. We got to there and there. ROHS can bite me. Damn lead free. Let's put that under there. Ow. Okay. Sweet. That's all back together. About as good as it's getting. What the? Sounded like someone was having a particularly good time outside just then. Okay, that goes there, that goes there. Orange? Orange? I don't even remember. Ah, that's right. Standby switch. Standby switch goes there. There we go. Greetings, Earthlings! Why are you jumping on your second channel? Are you trying to, like, pump up the numbers here? I mean, I'll take it. Back alley route. Yeah, now hooked up with this Shirley named Cheryl, you know. She had this friend, you know. Name was Beryl. Oh, stunning lady, you know, real classy, right? You know, the kind that has like the really hot like tribal tattoo on the lower back, with the rose on there. Yeah. Oh, she was grouse. Absolute struth. Oh God, to think I could have ended up like those people. No thanks. No, thank you. Alright. Ow, itchy nose. Like and subscribe. Yeah, he's an interesting dude to some of his videos and all the rest of that. I know I can't do the tongue-in-cheek sort of like the dad jokey type things. I like a good dad joke, but You know, those ones are a bit sort of bit kind of beyond me. You know, I've got to retain some modicum of class here. Sharon's Karen. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, love it, you know. Do you remember the glorious heyday of like 2002, 2003 when Aussie ska like picked up and things were getting good and everyone was happy, and you had like bands like Area 7 releasing Nobody Likes a Bogan. That was peak. That was the peak of Aussie music as far as I'm concerned. He drives a VK Commodore with alloy wheels with a homemade spoiler made of crappy steel. Pair of fluffy dice and all the other toys, but his no fear sticker is his pride and joy. Don't victimise him for his way of life. Sick of hearing people say. Classic. Nobody likes a bogan. Nobody likes a bogan. Where's my knife? Damn it, there it is. I know, right? It was brilliant. I loved that. I was like huge into ska that time. I don't care what anyone says. Ska is brilliant. I love Me First and the Gimme Gimmes. I love Real Big Fish. I used to go out and watch my mates play in bands like the Kirby's, Bagster, you know, all that just classic Aussie things, you know? Arnett stickers, yeah! Oh, God, I forgot about them. Oh, that's... Oh, beautiful. It was funny at the Campbelltown shop because there was a window that was sandwiched between the shop and like a junction box on the outside. And people have been shoving rubbish in there for years, and you can see it from the inside of the shop. So I removed a sticker that was inside there from the previous tenants, and I kid you not, inside of it was like an archaeological expedition of old Aussie like brands and products and that. And yeah, like in amongst them was like, you look down to the bottom, it's like, oh yeah, there's a pack of Winnie Blues from that era back before they got all woke and they started putting the stickers on the outside. People will just tell you that isn't ska. See, I've never had that. I've never had that kind of gatekeepy type stuff with the ska thing. Ska just cops a lot of hell. Like that classic scene from, Brooklyn Nine-Nine was a flashback to, Peralta back in the day with his, his classic outfit and the hat and all that and the Vans. It was a music that was very happy. It did a lot of cool stuff. It just happened to catch a lot of crap as well. Like, I love Sublime. Sublime is killer. The death of Bradley was a tragedy, and the fact that now his son is fronting the band, I hope that they tour to Australia. Seriously, I want to see that, because that would be sick. Like, one of the earliest songs I learned how to sing and play at the same time was Santeria. Love that song. I don't care what people say. I don't smoke weed. I don't do anything like that. But I'm down with the music, I'm not down with the sickness, though, because I don't care about fighting for, cancel culture and stuff. Lyle got a bit defensive when I referred to the Mighty Mighty Boston. The Mighty Mighty Boston's are ska. That's it. They are ska because they got the horn section in there. They're not so much two-tone, rocksteady two-tone, that thing. But they are ska. That is what they did. Just don't listen to any of the modern stuff where when he tried to suddenly start doing like songs about George Floyd and all the rest of that, and it was cringe, like real bad, like just terrible. It's a big, broad type thing, and it goes back so many decades. You had, like, your old classic acts and all the rest of that back in the day, and you had your two-tone, you had your ska. You had, oh, God, I've drawn a blank on them. They just recently toured Australia. They had the big dude, British dude. The band, the mascot was a cartoon of his face with the tongue sticking out. Oh, Bad Manners, that's it, Bad Manners, The Specials, etc. Yep. There's a lot of good stuff. I love it. Yeah, I like ska punk. I like that old sort of happy thing. Love Real Big Fish. Love all that. was brilliant. It's kind of like another classic ska band. A lot of people don't think of ska as being ska because they had that one album that they did the whole like the nouveau swing thing in the 90s, and that was Cherry Poppin' Daddies. Cherry Poppin' Daddies were brilliant. That was sick. That was so good. Ding dong daddy of the Ducat line. Do 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 do. Ding dong daddy here 60 long. Those switches are cactus. Alright, so I need new switches and I need new power socket. Alright, so I'll organise thems. Go there for a sec. I am not going to bother lifting this heavy as cabinet up there because I can just put it down on the ground. Oops, excuse me. Oh. Did I brag to you guys yet that you won a guitar? No, you did not. Regale us with a story of how you won a guitar, what guitar it is, and how much you're enjoying it. Because that is always awesome. Ugh. Let's come on, waiting for it. Come on, hurry it up. I know there's a delay, but hurry, hurry, hurry. Should be reading my mind now, knowing that, you know, I want to hear these stories, because they're cool, man. They're cool stories. Good stories about good stuff is good. Contrary to popular belief, I like good things. I like when good things happen to people. I like that, you know? Do. Is it in there? Yes, it is. Come on. There we go. Get it up, yeah. Do. Oh. It's funny, being the only music shop open on a Sunday, I sold a packet of strings, a pair of sticks, and that's it. Oh, and a cable. Can't forget the cable. That just kind of goes to show you how the current economic headwinds are right now. Even when people do need things on these days, either they can't find me on Google, which is kind of odd because you search up music shop near me, I come straight up because we're the only ones that open on a day like today. But ain't nobody got no money. Come on, get in the hole. There we go. What'd you get? It was a Fender American Vintage 2, 57 Strat. Nice. The gear page had a membership drive. Ah, right. Yeah, I'm not on any of those kinds of forums because I can deal with idiots on YouTube and Facebook and all the rest of that, but I get banned from too many forums because I have no qualms in telling people that they're wrong or that they're stupid. And then the mods there tend not to like me for that kind of thing. So I'm like, forget it, I'm out. I want a Fender American Vintage 2 Strat. Nice. When you get it, you're going to need fretwork to it because it's a Fender. Nah, I mean, look, free stuff is always good, even if it requires a little bit of work to make it playable. You know, it'll be a nice guitar, nice bass for doing some good stuff to it. Oh, got itchy. But if you're in the US, that means that if you win something in a competition, you have to pay tax on it, don't you? Because I know there was that whole thing with Oprah and her, you get a car, and 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 everyone got a big, massive tax bill because the show didn't cover the cost of it. It's kind of wild that you can win a competition and then you have to pay tax on it. I can kind of see why libertarians exist in your country when, you know, you get the rich who don't get taxed on anything and have loopholes to do things, but a regular person wins something or whatever, and then they get absolutely slammed with having to pay tax on whatever they get. All right. Now you can go back with it. Stay. All right. Little springy retainer. Back in there. And yes, good stuff is good. Contrary to popular belief, we're not all like constantly depressive and hating on everything and wanting to hate things. We just want good things. We want good things for people. We want people to buy nice stuff. We want them to spend their money and not feel like they've gotten ripped off. That's all, you know. So good things are good? Question mark? No, no question mark. Just a yes, that's it. Good things are good. I can see that thing falling down. Dress wash is good. Yeah, people who can wipe their butt with $100 bills think the working man should pay more taxes. Yeah. You know, flat taxes are regressive, all that kind of stuff. And it's like here in Australia, they've changed tax things recently because the richies were getting a bunch of tax benefits, whereas those of us on the bottom end of town weren't getting boo diddly squat. And then thankfully it got changed at the last minute, but it's still not enough. As far as I'm concerned, you know, we should tax people who earn more, but on the trade-off to that as well, we should have lower amounts of stuff coming out of our pocket that we have to pay for, i.e. things like healthcare and education. I don't mind being, you know, in a world where I pay 50% of my income on tax or whatever else like that, if it meant that we had a well-funded welfare state, you know, and there was, you know, none of this stuff like homelessness and people who get into medical debt, you know, elderly people who die in cold homes alone because they can't get access to care, or things like, you know, students who maybe have amazing talent who can't get ahead in life because they can't go to uni because they can't afford it because they have to help look after their family. You know, that's what we do. We're in a society. We work better when we all achieve better, but, you know, many, many decades of various politics and neoliberalism and whatnot have led to a point where the average person is convinced that an extra $50 a week in their pocket is worth so much more than the overall, you know, benefit to society, and how much more they could get in their pocket if they didn't have to pay for a lot of that stuff. You know, it's funny, we would end up paying less if we did things like give money to homeless people, because time and time again it's been proven that's the best way to deal with it. It's the same when you've got you know, different programs and that to help people get ahead. If you've got public health care, you spend less overall on it. It just all makes more sense, you know. But, you know, here I am talking about a wonderful potential utopia that the, you know, people who, the powers that be, will never allow that to happen. Never. Not allowed to. No. Oh. Right. Don't need that. That go up there. What have I got? I've got a rumbling stomach. That's what I got. I think it's about time for lunch almost. Oh man. Oh, my eyeballs. But before I go do that, let me grab some of the interesting stuff that's going to come up on the future streams and that as I start working through it and all that. Because interesting stuff is interesting, you know. Let's go take a wander down here and here and here. Yeah, it's very good, yeah. Und fantastisch. Come here. Oh, big chunky bits. There we go. Ah! Oh, yeah. Alrighty. Yeah. This is a cool bit of kit. This is the Roland GR500. This is the brains for the guitar synth system. So before the era of MIDI or anything else like that, these came out as a synth that, you know, you could run the guitar through and do all the rest of that, that had its own, you know, its pickup system and all the rest of it on there. You could do pedals, you could do things, you can control some of it as well from inside of the instrument. And it's absolutely wild. So this is from like the era of like the SH series synths, so like the SH2, SH5, SH7, SH1, all of that. So same kind of thing, but instead of being the grey and blue aesthetics, this is brown, because the brown was the colour for the guitar-related stuff. So that's what is going to be a real fun one, because some of the sliders are real stiff, like super stiff. I'm going to have to flush them out, clean them out, put some fader lube and that in there. Some of them are a little bit bent over as well. What's really nice about this one is it has all of the slider caps on there. Very, very uncommon. Normally they go missing and they're expensive to replace. It is missing the knob over here on the headphone level output. However, I've actually got some of those knobs here in stock because I've got some old crapped out Roland mixers from the error that, use the same knobs. So I'm going to pluck one from there and put it on here, and Bob's your uncle. It's nice. So that's going to work well. Yeah, so this one I'll go through. I'll basically give this the full once over. So this will get a full refurb and that, because these things, when they go with the guitar I'm about to show you, can sell for like 8,000 Australian dollars. It's insane, I know, right? Oh, come on, in you go. Excellent. There we go. I can go there. Now the guitar is this one? I think so. Is that it? We got two of them here. Come on, show me. No, that's the pearl. There we go. That one. Come here. Oh, you can play me. There we go. All right. Guitar case. Flip, 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 flip. And there. Look at that. Oh, that's that is a thing. Oh, what is that? Oh, there's something sticky on the fretboard. Ew. But yeah, this is a guitar that is so incredibly, ridiculously over the top. Like, it's insane. What's even wilder though, right? Let's zoom in. All right, let's take a look here. Zoom right in. Slide that up a little bit there, right? A little bit more. A little bit more, all right? So, this is the pickup system, right? Standard pickup. So these are the same that you find on like Ibanez's of the era as well. So you see them on like the Iceman's and similar. And then you got this. This is the hexaphonic pickup system for the guitar. But do you notice something about the shape of those, right? Look at them. They're tape heads. Like, they're actually like, they are, if I remember correctly, modified tape heads. Like, it's wild. 6 individual pickups under there that allow the guitar to pick up each individual signal. Each one of those signals gets fed out via the 24-pin cable that gives it the control over the CV and the function of the 6 voices, if I remember correctly, 6 voices in the GR500, or am I thinking of the model after? I'm gonna have to check. That does look like the Hammond Innovex with the clear epoxy. Hammond Innovex. What is the Hammond Innovex? Let me check. Let me see. Hammond Innovex Condor from 1969. Right. So this was just before Suzuki took over ownership of Hammond then. That kind of era. Oh, stand upright. Come on. Wakey, wakey. Sound system modulator unit. Come on. Guitar synth from 69. They were doing a lot of crazy stuff in the 60s for guitars. So you had like the organ guitars that had each one of the frets had its own little connection and ground thing, so you could connect the ground. So it was like a little matrix switcher inside, and it would like trigger a divide down organ inside of the instrument. Again with the terrible bloody whatsy. Come on. Yeah, so you've got controls for the various, obviously, things on the guitar, on the synth. So you get master volume, guitar volume and tone for the pickup, EQ as well, which is kind of cool. Those are controls for the synth section, so you could blend them in, poly ensemble, the bass, solo medley, and external synth, because you could use that to control another synth externally as well. Big massive hole underneath there, which has some other controls and bits under there. Remote control, so you can control that on and off. Guitar, synthesizer, or both, so you could see both. Portamento on and off. Yeah, I don't know what this is. It's actually sticky. Like it's, oh, I see. It's inside of the case. Inside of the case. It's getting hot out here, lads. Yes, it is. Hammond Innovex. Right, I see, yep. And then the guitar that goes with it is like a 335 type thing with a big massive cover over the pickups. Is it? Oh no, that's just the pickup itself. Right, yeah, I see. Neat. Whoa. Yeah, the Hammond Innovex Condor guitar. Wild, man. And that's got, what is that, different sort of stop bars for it, and yeah. Nice. That's pretty sick, eh? But yeah, so this is going to be one that's going to be fully refurbished and likes through doing the shop thing, doing this and that. They'll go up for sale. So these were really nice guitars, actually. They were made by, look at that, hefty boy. So this is a K77, so the serials for those, early days of Fujigen. So this is made by Fujigen. There we go, that little serial there. K77, so the first letter indicates the month that it was made, the two letters indicate the year, and then the other numbers are the production. There you go. Look at that. Look at that headstock. It's as ugly as sin, but it's cool. You know, it's got a nut that's going to need replacing because that's pretty crap. Frets are in okay condition. It's got fret over binding, so it wasn't like a cheap copy. This is like a real sort of serious instrument. You know, it'll be a nice instrument when it's all said and done, and it's going to do some cool stuff. Obviously, what's his name? Alex from Look Mum No Computer did a video on one of these, which is cool. I'll do a video as well. That's what I want to do. I want to show all the cool stuff. Bring me interesting things to sell, and I will do videos on them and sell them. You know. Neat bits of kit. Really wild, really interesting. What is that doing? That's got some kind of circuitry in it as well. That looks like it's triggering something. Brass section. Yeah. Some of the guitar synth stuff is kind of cool. Some of it is absolutely terrible. That's why I want to finish this X911 up, put that up for sale, because that thing will sound cool. You know, well, actually, it did sound cool. I did the video of it on the on the stream. That was fun. But yeah, I've got that. I've also got a what is it? Princeton Reverb that's been modified and boogied, quote unquote. So boogied from the 70s at some point, or 80s probably. Not ideal. They haven't like changed out the power transformer or anything, so it's going to struggle with 6L6s in there. Way too much current. So I'll have to tweak it and put it back kind of where it needs to be. Oh yeah, this is an interesting one too. Right, whoops. This thing, look at that, right? It's a Gibson. An ugly Gibson. Gibson trying to be futuristic. Returning to what our discussion was previously with Gibson failing to sort of innovate and do stuff in a decent way. Here's a prime example. Made in the 70s, these were the MK series guitars where they tried to do a bunch of different stuff with the brand and that. So these ones, this particular series, the 53, so this was the second model in the range. Solid spruce top, maple back and sides. Weird wedge-shaped bridge and fan bracing. So it doesn't have like X bracing, but it has fan bracing. These also had replaceable saddles. You actually slid them out the side like that. So they're real things, you know. Look, this one is going to be sold for a song because it is beat the hell up. It's not in good condition. It's got loose stuff down on the side there. Big massive cracks on the back there. It's just, you know, someone who wants a ridiculous project can get into this. But yeah, they're certainly a thing. Yeah. Fart. Yeah, you don't see many around. They were sold at the tail end of the 70s. Yeah, it's rare, it's vintage, you know, relics guitar. $10,000, thank you. Whoa. About the nicest thing on this is the tuners, because they're original old Gibson Shallers. You know what? They weren't the worst sounding guitars. They were different. That's the thing. I mean, that's one thing I don't like about the current state of guitar playing, like, with a lot of people, is that it became very, everything was homogeneous. This is an acoustic sound. That's it. You know. But I like different acoustics. I like different things. I've actually got one in my collection that I'll get around to making playable one day, but it's a 57 LG1. So that was the LG model that had the X bracing on there. It's been refinished at some point in the past, not very well, and it's got a big massive crack split along the top there, which is pretty common with these. But, you know, they're kind of cool. There we go. Speaking of ska. Practice Santeria, ain't got no crystal ball. Had $1 million, but I'd spent all it but to find a Hannah. Sancho that she's found. Papa Captain Sancho and I slap her down. I really wanna know, my baby, who I really wanna say. Something, something, something. But yeah, it's all in the fingers, exactly. You know, hand anyone this guitar, they'll make it sound like a 1937 D28. Damn it. Damn it. Way too much. My fingers are all sticky because it's all covered in crap. But yeah, you know, it's an interesting guitar. It's going to be sold cheap because it's in real bad state. But someone who wants an old bit of, you know, US-made kit will buy it. And then in amongst them is actually some of the really kind of cool guitars that we tend to like. So some old, like, 70s Japanese stuff and that. Prime example as to why Fender were, like, you know, going out of business when companies like, you know, Greco and Tokai and all the rest of that were making better instruments at a cheaper price point that were stellar, you know? Oh, here we go. I hear Rush, the Trees. Yeah. No, never heard it. Never really listened to Rush. Here we go. So this is another prime example of, like, you know, cool Japanese kind of stuff. This is a Greco Tele Deluxe. This one is from 1976. So when Fender had really shat the bed, these guys are starting to step in to make really cool stuff. So there's the headstock as well. It's got the look, it's got everything. Good quality Japanese tuners by Goto. Yeah, the square back ones. Has a you know, pair of, you know, wide range looking pickups. Obviously they don't have Cuneife magnets in there. Cuneife magnets are neither here nor there. They're kind of cool, but they do all right. Yeah, just a really cool bit of kit. This one is made out of ash. So yeah, probably Japanese sen ash, which is the most common. Unlike the US ones, which are made out of like 2 or 3 pieces, this one is made out of a lot more pieces. You can see the seam lines there. So we've got, how many pieces do I have? 1, 2, 3-piece. Yeah, so 3-piece, and then there's also another 2-piece on top. Yeah. So the top is made of 2 pieces. So you got a top wedge. There we go. Look on the side there. You got a top piece made out of 2 pieces. A backing one made out of 3 pieces. The US ones were made out of just 2 pieces. And then this one is your rear plate. So the rear plate is what they put on to cover on the back there. The US ones just use the 2 pieces of the body, and then they added on the rear plate on there to make it sort of look the way it did. So this one has a rear plate made up of 3 pieces. So 3 pieces, 3 pieces, and then 2 pieces for the top. And the reason why this looks like an Ibanez Silver Series is because they came from the same factory. Same factory, same design. Greco and Ibanez sold a lot of the same guitars. They were distributed in different music shops and the likes. And they shared resources. So, for example, the Ibanez Iceman was also sold as the Greco Mirage. Yeah, they were kind of cool. Smaller trees in Japan, more boards. Yes and no. The thing is, Japan has a lot of old stock, a lot of old growth wood as well. They had it for a lot. Back then, it was mainly, these guitars were made out of the lower grades of wood, whatever was there just to make it go through. The bigger pieces of wood were usually used to like, you know, for the furniture and stuff like that. Because these factories that were making this stuff, for example, Fujigen, Matsumoku, were making furniture and cabinetry and other things for other companies. Guitars were like a small portion of it, so, you know, they didn't get the big chunks of wood. For example, Fujigen now, their factory makes guitars and all the rest of that, but if you live in Japan, you might also get cabinetry made by Fujigen. You own a fancy car that would, in like a Toyota Crown or a Nissan high-end like Cedric or something like that, will be Fujigen made. That's what they did. If you had a sewing machine back in the 60s and 70s that was a Singer and it had a cabinet, that was made by Matsumoku because they were a subdivision of Singer sewing machine. So they'd use the sort of lower grade woods on these types of things, but the fact they were doing what they did with the wood they had just shows the sort of mastery they had over the manufacturing and the, you know, handling of wood. But compared to, say, for example, the US ones at the time, these ones don't have like 900 miles of lacquer on the fretboard. You can actually play them, and they're not going to get stuck. You refret them, and you're not going to have to worry too much about huge chunks of like lacquer coming up with them. They were, in every way, comparative to the US ones, superior at this level and higher. There are cheaper ones that weren't good, so you throw them in the bin. But, you know, ones like these and higher, they were better than the US ones. Better, tighter fitting neck pockets too. Like that neck pocket is like rock solid. It's not going anywhere. And yeah, Japanese do know wood. That's why you've got a lot of temples and buildings over there built without a single nail. So when you've got a nation of woodworkers and carpenters and all the rest of that are thrown into the 21st century and the rock and roll, you know, culture that's emerging, and they're starting to build guitars and the economic miracle is happening, then you've got a lot of people who know how to pick good wood, how to join it, how to glue it, how to carve it, and how to do all that. You've got a lot of skilled hands. So that's how you ended up with a lot of really good guitars back then. That's how you ended up with a lot of cheap guitars that had like chalk fit braces. If Brad's still listening, he'll know what chalk fitting means for something like a brace on acoustic. That's like high-end type stuff, but they were doing it on guitars made out of plywood. Like, you know, it was just what they did. Oh, itchy. Yeah, the US guitar building, they had a lot of the manufacturing locally and that, but then as, you know, Japan started picking up it, a lot of those companies went bust. So you had like some of the biggest manufacturers of guitars in the world, like Harmony, couldn't keep up. So they shut up shop. Bye now. Yeah, Harmony had like, you know, the Washburn Oscar Schmidt company and all the rest of that from way back in the early 20th century. They ended up closing up, folding up. A lot of those companies that were just sort of making things kind of back in those days. And they were okay, but they weren't phenomenal. Chalk fitting, that's me. Yeah. Like legit, some of these acoustics I've gotten from Japan, like the cheapy ones, were legitimately phenomenal. Like we're talking like as in like chalk fit braces on a guitar made out of ply. It's insane. They did make high-end guitars too. Coming in the late 70s and that, they started building higher grade instruments that were clones of original guitars. And then, of course, the 80s, that's when you had Fender and all the rest that come along and start making guitars there for international markets and so on and so forth. it's an interesting it's an interesting world, and hopefully while I'm over there I'll find some more info to share around with you and show people how cool the things can kind of be found over there. Yeah, I want to do a similar kind of thing and do like, here's some places in Japan, here's some music shops there, here's some bits and pieces. Go to the US, same sort of deal. Because as an Aussie, going to somewhere like the US and seeing like a US scale music shop is a mind-boggling concept. Walking in, it's like, oh, here's like Norman's rare guitars. Oh, there's like 20 guitars that are worth like 6 going on almost 7 figures. Huh. Oh, you've got a room just for pre-war Martins. Okay, cool. Nice. Meanwhile, here in Australia, you got some random dude who sells like high-end vintage guitars on consignment out of like his bedroom or something. You got no like shops that deal with anything like that anymore except for like Guitar Factory Gladesville. And, they do kind of their thing, but a lot of other shops are closed over the years, so there really isn't anything anymore. It's not to say there's not the market, it's just a lot of people got out, they spent money, or they kind of ran off people's stock and money. There's a whole thing. You look up online the history of Jackson's rare guitars. That was a thing. Oy. So yeah, I think now is about time for me to have some lunch. Heat me up a meal, have a coffee, do all that. See whether guaranteed the moment I have my food and I heat it up, someone's going to step into the shop. It's always where it goes. It's like, it's a bit quiet today. Lunchtime. Yeah, someone's going to come in right now. I can feel it. So yeah, I'm going to do that and head off and all that. I'll be back on Monday and Tuesday though, doing my usual morning streams because I got a bunch of stuff I want to check out and do. And then what is it? I think next week or the week after, I've got to do a on-site repair for a Hammond A100. Yeah. Something like there's that and a 122 that are having issues, so I've got to do an on-site repair for that, which is good, fun. Dealing with the old Hammonds. There's not many of them in Australia, but, they're fun to work on. So, until I catch y'all tomorrow morning, I don't know, have fun, do all that kind of stuff. If you haven't already, hit the like button, do all that kind of stuff. Share things around, let people know, interact, leave comments, do all those things, I'm still about 700 hours or so away from hitting monetization. Then once you hit monetization, then suddenly things take off more because they're like, oh, we can actually put more products in front of you. You'll probably put in more bloody effort and whatnot and yada yada. Yeah. So I'm out of here. I need food. I'm hungry.